play there. Police say at least one person killed.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, cool. All right, what up, everyone? It's Friday night. It's June 19th. Have a little Friday night watch party, YouTubeville. So there's this hearing that stars Bernie Sanders. It came out on June 17th, so just like 2 days ago. So, it's Friday night. Got some hippie lettuce, got some coffee. Let's have a little YouTubeville watch party with Bernie Sanders. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Then please hit the like button, or I'm about to hit the play button. So this hearing's about an hour and 47 minutes long. So this is going to be the beginning of it right here.
Health, education, labor, and pensions will please come to order. I joke sometimes, my pillow talk with my wife is about healthcare. And so how do you lower cost? How do you improve innovation? How do you improve care? She's a doc, so it's not as strange as it might seem. But I say that because actually Americans expect us to find answers. And too often they see members of Congress shouting insults or wasting time on political gains. And they get frustrated, and they should be frustrated because we should be focused on how do we make their life better. We have 8 bipartisan bills before us today. These will make their life better. Bills that help Americans get a life-saving organ transplant, increase access to affordable drugs, support mothers and babies through healthy pregnancy. And many of these should be easy bills moving through the committee quickly. Now, I don't know if they're going to be offered, but my ranking member has introduced partisan amendments which are relevant to these bills. And that would have the effect to sabotage our bipartisan work. These bills, these amendments, if attached, will keep this legislation from passing the committee and the Senate. Now, I don't know if my ranking member is actually going to offer them, but they've certainly been filed. And it's frustrating. In all due respect to my ranking member, it seems more about messaging. And it's grinding the committee to a halt rather than passing simple, common sense bills that help the American people. Now, the argument will be, well, these help the American people. We're having a markup in July. That's the appropriate time for these amendments, not for this. And people on both sides say that they want regular order. It is the responsibility of people on both sides to do the activities, the hard activities, sometimes going against their leadership in order to produce regular order. I'm leaving the Senate. I was asked earlier, what will be my legacy? I want part of my legacy is he tried to preserve the institution. But that is a responsibility of us all. And now, returning, I understand why Americans are frustrated with Congress. Remember, our original founders said we shouldn't have parties because they thought it would descend into partisanship. We should not accept this as our new reality. I will note, as chair, I provided members of this committee a forum to discuss topics of importance, to move legislation on multiple occasions. When Democratic priorities are not being elevated to me for consideration through normal mechanisms, this committee held the first ever member day hearing in the Senate. Now, the ranking member was not there, but colleagues in this room and other senators raved about how much they enjoyed this. Now we're trying to get ideas, act on ideas that came out of that hearing, that our colleagues raved about their opportunity to present. And I don't know if they're going to be presented, but what we have filed now are partisan poison pill amendments to consider. We have other bills that Republicans and Democrat members have identified as priorities that I wish to mark up in July, as I said. But if we can't get through this markup productively, we're not going to be able to have that markup. There is a consequence for not having regular order. I'll remind my colleagues briefly of remarks from the late Senator Mike Enzie's farewell address. And Enzie was loved. I gotta admit, of all of us, if we're all loved by like Mike Enzie was loved, we'll have a special place in heaven. He believed in the 80-20 rule, and it's how he ran the committee. No senator got everything they wanted all the time, but bills got passed and laws were made. I've told Senator Sanders we'll continue to work together on his priorities. We've talked about this extensively. Of course we have disagreements. We can work through those disagreements. The public health extenders that are of great importance to him are also of great importance to members of my side and of his side. We just recently increased and extended these programs. They have not lapsed. This committee is not going to finish this year without addressing them. Hopefully we can address them next month.
Hey, what's up, Travis? How's it going? Just getting this hearing started. That happened on June 17th. Pretty much just 2 days ago, so it's a pretty fresh hearing. I figure it's Friday night, I don't go out to bars and drink anymore, so these are how I spend my Friday nights these days, watching these hearings. So figure might as well, have a little YouTubeville watch party. So appreciate anyone that's hanging out and sharing your opinions, and hope you're all having a good Friday night. But yeah, this is titled Bill Cassidy spats with Bernie Sanders during Senate Help Committee markup meeting. I guess the guy talking right now might be Bill Cassidy. I don't know who this guy is, but the main reason I'm watching this hearing is because Bernie Sanders is the star of the show. So I'm gonna watch it for the man Bernie, for Bernie Sanders.
That's my plan. But my colleagues on the Democratic side have to make a choice. If they choose to support some of these poison pills amendments, no matter what, it will blow up the bills they want. The bipartisan bills that I've been called about will be denied the opportunity for future markups to help constituents.
Hey, what's up, Travis? Oh yeah, the MAGA cult members, like state regime media, otherwise known as Fox News. Like they can't even talk about anything because everything that's going on is just all bad, Like they're putting hydrogen peroxide in the failed pool. Like Donald Trump wasted $60 million on that pool, and he gave that contract to his pool, one of his buddies. I mean, the corruption just goes on and on and on. What else did he? What else? Somebody wrote 8647 on the front lawn, and they tried to cover it up with paint, and then the paint washed away, and it actually made it more noticeable. That shit's comedy right there. And then his whole Iran debacle, his whole failure in that. But anyways, yeah, the list just goes on and on and on and on. Right now, they're crying about some MLB players that put some Bible verses on their hat.
It is important.
For Pride Night.
Yes, we put aside partisanship and do what is best for the American people. To my Republican colleagues, don't take the bait of political poison pill amendments. This just empowers bad behavior. Policy differences are fine, part of the process, but taking hostage is not. It is up to all of us to allow this committee to function as a normal committee. And we should all deny one member the ability to blow up a bipartisan markup when they don't get what they want. Let's do our jobs as legislators and legislate. And with that, I recognize Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that I agree with one point.
All right, Bernie Sanders. Finally, some voice of reason.
You made. The American people certainly are frustrated with Congress. I think we are somewhere ahead of Iran right now.
Hey, what's up, Travis? You gonna grab a joint? Oh, nice. What do you mean they're gearing up to take out more judges? I don't understand what you mean by that. But what is happening, though, is all these purple states are turning blue, like Texas and Georgia. Like, they're just taking L after L, the MAGAs. It's going to be a blue wave tsunami. So, Donald Trump just has like pretty much like 4 months left in office before we take back the House and the Senate. Bring back some law and order to this country.
Favorability, but not by much. And why is that? The reason for that is that all over this country, people are hurting. And I don't know about my Republican colleagues, so I think the answer will be the same. But
Hey, what's happening, Winston? I hope you're having a good Friday night. Yeah, we're just over here, having a little YouTubeville watch party. So everyone's feel free to comment, It's all friendly banter. It's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. And usually it's the MAGA cult members that giggle and shit, just like their orange daddy, Trump, with their diaper overloaded with poop.
talk to a lot of them.
That's leaking into the Potomac River because Donald Trump can't even fix a broken pipe, a broken sewer pipe.
Candidates. And they tell me that we're out there on the campaign trail and they hold town meetings. The issue that comes up probably more often than anything else is the understanding that our healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is wildly expensive. And the American people are saying, does anybody in Congress know that? Do they know that I can't afford to send my kid to a doctor? I can't afford prescription drugs for my parents. So today, the so-called, let me say a word about the so-called poison pills that I will be offering to address some of the crises that we face. And I want the American people to decide whether or not they think these are poison pills, outrageously bipartisan efforts, trying to sabotage the work of the chairman. For a start, as bad as our overall healthcare system is, and by the way, as everybody on this committee knows, we spend twice as...
All right, guys, we're 7 minutes into this hearing. So we still got an hour and 40 minutes left to go. So get your pipe out, your joint out, your drink out, or if you don't do any of that stuff, get out your tea or your coffee or your water. About to smoke some of Donald Trump's nuclear dust right here, straight from Iran. All right, we got this bongload number 1. Let's do this.
per capita on healthcare as the people of any other nation, over $15,000, and yet 85 million Americans are uninsured, underinsured. Some 60,000 people a year die because they can't afford to go to a doctor. Maybe we want to be addressing that issue. Now, as bad as the overall healthcare system is, the primary healthcare system is in even worse shape. In America today, tens of millions of people live in communities where they cannot find a doctor, a dentist, or a psychologist.
That's hilarious, Travis. That's comedy.
Even when they have decent insurance. I know that's true in Vermont. I suspect that it's true in every state in this country. And if we do not get our act together, given the enormous shortage of doctors, dentists, and psychologists we have right now, the situation will only get worse in the future. We are facing a shortage of 400,000 nurses over the next 2 years alone. So, Mr. Chairman, you think this is a poison pill that we talk about? The need to make sure that we have nurses and doctors all over this country? It doesn't seem to me to be a poison pill. It seems to me to be something we should have addressed years ago and we should address now. Over the next 12 years, we face a shortage of 180,000 doctors and 400,000 mental health practitioners, while over 60 million Americans live in districts.
Let's see here. Ospie says something about Weekend at Bernie's. All I know is that at some point Donald Trump's gonna be like, it's gonna be like Weekend at Donnie's. You're gonna see like Narco Bubio and Stephen Pimpleface Miller like cruising him around with his arms around his shoulders, you know?
And find a dentist.
Because every day you see him, he gets lost. Like he's putting all this makeup on his hand. But whatever happens, you know, like either way, it's gonna be a blue wave tsunami. So all these MAGA politicians are gonna get voted out. Every single one.
Every major medical organization agrees that our investment in primary healthcare is woefully inadequate, and I suspect that every member of this committee understands that as well. There is a reason why most other major countries spend over twice as much as we do on primary healthcare and end up with far lower capital costs than we do. They invest in keeping people healthy, keeping them out of emergency rooms, out of the hospital, and that makes sense to me. The backbone of our current primary healthcare system, as weak as it is the federally qualified community health center program, the FQHC program, an issue that I have worked on for many years. Today, more than 30 million men, women, and children receive high-quality primary health care at community health centers in more than 16,000 neighborhoods located in every state in America. Many of these centers also provide dental care, mental health counseling, and low-cost prescription drugs. Unfortunately, George Washington University projects that community health centers will lose nearly $42 billion in revenue over the next 5 years. So, Mr. Chairman, if you think it's a poison pill that we begin to address that issue right now, I would respectfully disagree. The National Association of Community Health Centers estimates that health centers will see an increase of 4 million uninsured patients in the coming years. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, the First Amendment I will be proposing would increase community health center funding from $4.6 billion this year to $5.8 billion next year. Given the fact that a majority of senators on this committee have already voted in favor of this funding level, I hope it will pass. But that's not the only amendment that I'm going to offer. This amendment would also provide loan forgiveness and scholarships so that we get more doctors and nurses into underserved areas. Mr. David, as Vanessa, this amendment would provide $120 million over a 3-year period so that every state in America has a teaching health center in their state. Teaching health centers, enormously important way to make sure that we have doctors and nurses in rural areas. So, Mr. Chairman, I do not agree with you that these are poison pills. I would say that every amendment that I am offering is widely supported by the American people, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. I hope you will support them.
A couple things for clarity. You said that you're sabotaging the work of the chairman. Actually, this is the work of our colleagues. Bipartisan work of our colleagues. These amendments are not germane and they were filed Tuesday. Now there's a process by which there's full consideration of a bill, of an amendment that comes before us, and then we take that processed amendment so that we all understand it. We all have an ability to understand it. If you drop a non-germane amendment, which by the way is not paid for, 2 days beforehand, you're going to have histrionics about how millionaires and billionaires are ripping off the American people, but there's a process here and the Congress works better as a process.
Mr. Chairman, did I get these amendments in on time according to the process?
Absolutely. Now, are they paid for? Are they paid for, Senator Sanders?
They will be paid for.
They will be paid for. Well, let's work on it.
Yeah,
In the
that's right.
future, let's work on it. We actually are going to have a hearing in July in which we can pay for it, and I told you that, and that's when we're going to do this. And that's the way that Congress is supposed to work. And that is fair to the American people, not moonbeams and flatus somehow finding a way to pay for things.
Chairman, the Congress does not work.
Well, clearly it's not working with that, but it can work, and that's my mission. So let's move on. We'll begin consideration of today's bills. For the awareness of all senators and staff, we intend to vote on amendments as they are raised, but will hold the vote on final passage of both bills until the end of session. We'll keep members and staff updated with the timing of the vote for final passage. As a reminder, we're discussing an amendment. Identify the amendment you're discussing by name and number. We'll begin with the consideration of S 1782, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act. I'd like to thank Senator Moody for her leadership. She has taken up the mantle of former Senator, but now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who championed this.
Oh yeah, Ashley Moody from Florida. Yeah, she's getting voted out. She's getting voted out this midterms for sure.
In the last two Congresses. I thank Senator Hassan, who has remained a steadfast partner in this bill and has consistently in her time on the committee spoken passionately for those who are disabled. This legislation is another example of the important work achievable working in a bipartisan manner and a critical step in improving and restoring trust in the U.S. transplant system. We have a manager's amendment to S 1782. I move to adopt it in the nature of a substitute and to have it considered original text for the purpose of future amendments. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Before we offer any amendments, do any members wish to speak on the bill?
Chairman Cassidy, if I might.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy. I know you have worked really hard to get us where we are today. Senator Hassan, thank you. I know you were calling a lot of folks last night, asking them to withhold amendments that might
Oh yeah, this lady right here, she's getting voted out. It's a race for the midterms with her and some like a Democrat, and the Democrat's gonna win.
Bill, I even thank Senator Kane. I know he was considering offering an amendment. I'm hoping that he has understood that this is so important. It's been coming for a long time. We even had.
All right, what up, everyone? What's up, Travis? We got two Travises in here. What's up, Travestal and Travis Murphy? Hey, what's up, Amber Leslie? Oh yeah, the race is on for sure. Yeah, they're all getting voted out. What's up, Prince? What's happening, Dennis? Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles over here, so it's 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so we'll be watching this hearing until the end. But I just wanted to share that, man. Over here, I don't know if anyone's from LA in the chat, but over here in Los Angeles, there's this big like structure fire. And yeah, you gotta stay indoors. Like the smoke's real bad right now. Like I never, like even with like those like forests, like I've lived in LA like all my life, and I've never experienced smoke like this before. But yeah, playing it safe and staying indoors.
Constituent Charlotte Woodward in the room with us today, and all of the senators that have co-sponsored this. I'd also like to thank Representative Kat Kamek over in the House. She really has rolled up her sleeves and helped us get this to where we are today. Baby Zion, who I consider.
Hey, what's up, Living Dead girl? How's it going? Yeah, Carlo's all bummed out because he's been stuck inside all day because it's too smoky over here in LA. It's like this in Boyle Heights, kind of like East LA. There's this huge like 500 square foot building just with like rows of like 600 feet long rows. It's kind of like 5 giant Home Depots like put together, and it's just all this like it's a cold storage facility. So it's like all these like insulated walls, and all this like crazy just toxic chemicals are just burning. It's horrible.
Our constituent.
But good thing Spencer Pratt didn't get voted in. Otherwise, it'd probably be a lot worse.
At his 5th birthday Monday, had he received the life-saving heart transplant he so desperately needed after 40 days in the NICU. So many love and miss Zion, who was born with Down syndrome and passed away in October of 2021. And that story reminds us that barriers to transplant still exist in our healthcare system, and people with intellectual disabilities shouldn't be discriminated against for something as vital as an organ transplant. And today we are happy to have Charlotte Woodward with us in the room. This bill is bipartisan. It passed the House unanimously just last.
Yeah, I gotta turn it down a little on her. She's got a high pitched voice. But anyways, I got myself a snack right here. I got a Rice Krispie treat, home style.
As we vote today, will be thinking of Charlotte and baby Zion and all those who will benefit from this legislation. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill to protect people like them from discrimination moving forward. Thank you again, Chairman.
Senator Sanders.
This is an important bill, and I hope we can pass it.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you. I am also really grateful that we have Charlotte here with us today as we consider this bill, and I'm grateful to Senator Moody for her taking up leadership on this bill as she came to the Senate. No one should be discriminated against because they experience disabilities, and on few issues have stakes as high as whether somebody receives a life-saving transplant or not. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I would love to see it move forward separately. Thank you.
Senator Kane.
I'd like to call up and discuss Kane Amendment 1 to this bill. And let me describe it, and then the chairman and I will chat a little bit about it. I'm very glad that Ms. Woodward is here. This is a good bill. I'm a co-sponsor of it. Really like it. The timing of the bill, this is the one bill on the list that deals with the rights of folks with disabilities. And the timing is sort of exquisite, in a way maybe kind of exquisitely bad, because of the announcement by the administration this week that they're forcing the special ed functions of the Department of Ed to be pushed over to HHS.
Oh yeah, for sure, Living Dead Girl. Yeah, those Rice Krispie treats are fire. I actually went to 7-Eleven to buy it. I actually needed to go to 7-Eleven to get some cash back because I ordered some hippie lettuce from Wheat Maps and I was short $4, so I had to go to 7-Eleven to get some cash. I got like 7 grams for $50 delivered, so it's not that bad. Here's the package of what I got. I like this brand right here. It's pretty smooth. Pacific Stone 805 glue hybrid. But yeah, the normal dispensary that I go to, they got shut down. They were there for like a long time, and then the other day I went, like everything was just gone, even their signs out front. So I was like, oh fuck, I guess I gotta go back to Wheat Maps. But over there I was getting like 10 grams for $40, and sometimes they'd have deals where you can get like once a month they'll have it where you can get like a zone for like $100 of some like bomb dank. But anyways, I went to 7-Eleven to get this Rice Krispie treat, and there were some cops outside, hanging out. So I just, I was walking by them, so I just started some small talk. I was like, hey, officers, like, yo, like, the smoke doesn't bother you? And then like one of the cops was like, because I was wearing a Rams hat, and one of the cops was like, not as much as the Rams do. So I kind of joked with the cop. I was like, oh yeah, well, that's a violation right there, sir. What's your name and badge number? He started laughing.
And so what this amendment would do would be to block shifting the functions of the Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services to other federal agencies. Let me explain why I think this is so important and not a poison pill, and something I hope we can work on together. President Trump was elected president, and he promised that he wanted to get rid of the Department of Education. So that's what he said. Now, if you want to do it, I would disagree, but he has a majority in both houses. And so the way to do that would be to get Congress to approve getting rid of the Department of Education and change the law. That's not what the president has done.
I like this guy right here, Senator Tim Kaine. This is a good guy right here. He's not no orange ball licking politician, that's for sure.
Instead, he's treated the Department of Education as if it's a going out of business sale of a discount furniture outlet, and handed off willy-nilly the responsibilities of that agency. Just to remind folks, student loan portfolio, let's give that to the Small Business Administration. They didn't want it, they weren't staffed up to do it, and they weren't competent to do it, so now they're trying to hand it over to the Department of Treasury. Career and technical education, let's give that to the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor melted down because of the scandal-prone nature of the secretary that I sadly voted for. And that agency has hurt itself. But on this one, this was the core, Mr. Chair, of the DOE that we cared the most about, that we asked Secretary McMahon about when she was here for her confirmation hearing. Who's going?
I'm making a coffee right now. Hey, any of you guys rock with this coffee right here? Cafe Bustelo. And by the way, no MAGA cult members, particularly the ones that drool for ICE, can't have this. You guys got to stick to Folgers because you guys don't like culture.
The
And then this is the coffee creamer I use. Some oat milk. This shit's fire right here. A little oat milk creamer.
American kids that have disabilities and special needs. And so, given that this is the only bill in this that deals with disabilities, I filed this amendment, and then you and I chatted about it. And so I would like to call it up or find an acceptable way to deal with this issue so that the committee can try to block these services from being put in the hands of an HHS headed by a cabinet secretary that many of us have lost confidence in.
So you're offering, okay.
I'm offering it as an amendment, but
The amendment is unrelated to the underlying bill, which is a bipartisan measure intended to ensure that healthcare providers and the organ transplant centers may not deny or restrict access to organ transplants solely on the basis of an individual's physical or mental disability. The Office of Special Education and Rehab Services, OSERS, in the Kane Amendment would not be moved to HRSA or OCR, which are the only two agencies at HHS implicated by the underlying bill. This amendment would prevent passage of a thoughtful, balanced, bipartisan bill supported by disability advocates like Charlotte Woodward sitting in the audience. For the record, I will share with everyone, I agree that should not be moved to HHS. Let me just put that on the record. And if an IAA is signed, I think it should be with DOL. Better served to provide rehabilitative services to introduce people with disabilities into the mainstream. But I will say to my colleagues, this is not the time and place to address the issue. But I asked my colleague to withdraw the amendment, and I will publicly commit to working with him for the next markup in July at finding something which is an accommodation for everyone's concern.
Mr. Chair, let me say I appreciate that, and I think that's a good faith offer. So here's what I would like to do. I will withdraw the amendment to the Charlotte Woodward bill if I get a commitment that at the July markup, I will get a vote either on a bipartisan solution that we reach or on this amendment, which I will introduce as standalone legislation. And I would ask, I hope we can find a bipartisan support, and I think we can, because I think there's members on both sides of the aisle that don't want this put in HHS's hands. So I think we can find a bipartisan agreement.
You are a United States Senator, and you have the right to offer that, and I'll protect that right, and you have my commitment.
Okay.
All right, so this guy right here, does anybody know what his name is? The guy that's talking right now, this guy with the white hair. Let me see if I can pull him up. He reminds me of this one actor. Oh, this guy right here. Yeah, I found him. Yo, you guys ever seen that movie, Christmas Vacation, starring Chevy Chase? Yo, that's this guy. William Hickey. Let's see if there's some more pictures of him. Yeah, that's that guy. That's the guy from National Lampoons. He's like the crazy like grandpa.
Either we'll have a vote either on a.
And that's pretty much who the MAGA cult members are, is Cousin Eddie. Like, you guys remember Cousin Eddie? That's like your typical MAGA cult member right there.
Partisan accord, or on this amendment that I will file as separate legislation at the next markup, which will be before the August recess.
Yes.
In that case, I withdraw the amendment.
Okay. What else? recommend with consideration of S3014, ensuring timely access to generic act. I think Senators Collins and Baldwin did a work in this legislation. to help Americans
Hey, turn your
lower
microphone on.
cost generic medications. I am committed to making healthcare more affordable. And the high cost of healthcare is multifaceted, which means it takes more than one approach. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Listen to this guy saying he wants to make healthcare more affordable while Donald Trump's over there cutting it, doing an unlawful war, spending $80 billion on this unlawful war, and then spending $300 billion to get out of this unlawful war, while with no healthcare solutions. Give me a break.
Take the chair's prerogative and call up first Sanders number 6 as we begin consideration of S3014.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's see, Sanders number 6 will add portions of Senators Collins and Shaheen's Insulin Act to S3014, legislation to address the abuse of FDA processes that delay the entry of cheaper generic drugs. Before we proceed to debate, there are a few things that should be noted for the record. First, S30.
Orange Man is the waste, fraud, and abuse. That dude needs to be impeached, removed, and imprisoned ASAP. He's destroying the country. And 66% of the Americans agree.
Is identical to a version of the Ensuring Timely Access to Generics Act that the Help Committee passed last Congress on a bipartisan basis when Ranking Member Sanders was the chair. This 2023 markup occurred after Senator Shaheen and Collins first introduced the Insulin Act, but at the time, the ranking member did not file an amendment to incorporate the policy or otherwise attach it to this bill. I will also note that during the time that Senator Sanders served as the chairman, there was no vote scheduled on the Insulin Act. Instead, he publicly disparaged CEOs of insulin manufacturers and pharmacy benefit managers at a hearing, but there was no vote on the Insulin Act. Senator Sanders even titled the hearing, "The Need to Make Insulin Affordable for All Americans." I will think intuitively that if the ranking member believed the Insulin Act was the way to solve the problem, as chair, he would have brought the bill before the committee the last time we considered the Ensuring Timely Access to Generics Act. But that brings us to today. I'm fully committed to affordable insulin. I'm on the record in support of $35 insulin. The rebate pass-through part of the Insulin Act was signed into
Yeah, he forgot to mention that you got to go through Trump RX probably and with like a 5% markup.
January as part of our larger PBM reform efforts. S3014 is also part of the Insulin Act as introduced this Congress. I commend Senators Collins and Shaheen for tireless work advocating on behalf of patients who need insulin to survive. Partly because of their efforts, most commercial insurance companies voluntarily cover insulin for only $35 out of pocket. Trump RX and other direct-to-consumer platforms make insulin available for $25 today. The Insulin Act, as introduced, has 25 bipartisan co-sponsors, including 9 from the committee. I venture to say that the math suggests that the amendment will pass. But I'll let senators know that transparently, when Senator Sanders was,
Yeah, this guy's like Eddie Munster, huh?
this was never addressed. It suggests to me that the amendment today was not sincere nor done properly, particularly since it contains text of matters that have already been signed into law. It has not been scored by the CBO, nor does it have technical assistance from HHS. It's easy to speak about how we need to have something for the American people, but to get that something done, there's a process you go through, and that includes getting a score from CBO and getting technical assistance from HHS. I plan to move to table this amendment, but understand that senators may choose to vote differently. Regardless of the outcome, I'm committed to working with Senators Collins and Shaheen to refine their legislation and thank them for the long time work in this space. But before I make a motion to table, Senator Collins has requested to speak, and I'm sure Senator Sanders and others may as well. Senator Collins.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank you for including the Ensuring Timely Access to Generics Act on today's markup agenda. This is a bill that
Oh yeah, I like this lady. She's cool.
first introduced in 2019 with Senators Shaheen and Senator Baldwin, both of whom have been very committed to it. I just want to explain a little bit about how this bill works. It increases competition from generic drugs through better oversight of the FDA citizen petition process. Brand name manufacturers were behind roughly 86% of all citizen petitions filed between 2016 and 2019. Overwhelmingly, these petitions did not raise legitimate safety concerns, which is why the FDA rejected more than 9 out of 10 of these petitions. Despite the low success rate, petitions are still able to delay generic drug entry and can unfairly consume FDA resources. Our bill, our bipartisan bill, would strengthen the FDA's ability to reject citizen petitions if it believes that the primary purpose of the petition is to delay approval of the lower priced generic competitor. If enacted, this bipartisan bill would improve competition, save patients money, and also, according to the latest estimate from the CBO, save taxpayers $49 million. I find it extremely interesting that the ranking member has proposed 9 amendments to this common sense bill. He has not proposed amendments to any other bill. I think it's pretty easy to figure out what the motivation is here. I am pleased that the ranking member finally supports the insulin bill and has proposed it as an amendment to this bill. I've worked alongside with Senator Shaheen, my co-chair of the Senate Diabetes Caucus, on legislation to lower the cost of insulin since 2019. And before that, I held a hearing in the Aging Committee on the cost. That's what led us to the Insulin Act, which has many components, including the ensuring timely access to generics act. This bill was the one that before us now passed out of the Health Committee. I would note that when Senator Sanders was chair in 2023, he had absolutely no interest in adding the Ensuring Timely Access to Generics Act to the Insulin Act. Thank you.
Senator,
Hey, check it out, guys. My husky dog wants to say what's up to YouTubeville. What's up, Carlo? You stuck indoors? Yeah, we're stuck indoors. It's too smoky outside, pal. All right, sit. This is the real Orange King right here. Are you the Orange King? Yeah, you're the Orange King. You're the real Orange King. Good boy. Sit, boy. There you go. All right, you want a treat? All right, sit. All right, we'll get you a treat. Stay. He's the co-host. He's actually the executive producer. He's the one running the show over here, so we got to give him some treats. His name's Carlo the Husky. I was actually gonna take him on an adventure today and live stream it because that's what I usually do. I just haven't done it in like a month. Catch, but it's too smoky to be walking around outdoors, so gotta play it safe and stay indoors. Smoke pass. Sit, boy, sit. There you go. Oh boy, so that's King Carlo right there. He's the real Orange King right here. Isn't that right, Carlo? Who's the real Orange King? Yeah, you're way better than Trump, aren't you? Good boy. Good boy. All right, so if you guys got any complaints, you guys got to take it up with the Orange King Carlo over here.
Mr. Chairman, it is true that when I was chair, we brought the CEOs of the major pharmaceutical companies before us. That's absolutely true. And as you recall, we did that because they are charging the American people by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, in some cases 10 times more. And I and the American people wanted a simple answer. Why do you charge us 10 times more than our Canadian friends or people in Europe?
And out of that hearing, among other things, what we did get is a commitment which has been carried through to lower the outrageous cost of asthma inhalers. Millions and millions of people have asthma, they buy inhalers, costing them hundreds of dollars. The price now is $35. That's what we did in this committee. And furthermore, in the Inflation Reduction Act, and I worked hard on that as chairman of the Budget Committee at that time, we now pay, seniors now will not pay more than $35 for insulin in Medicare. So I think we did have some significant success. And once again, Mr. Chairman, I think the issues that you consider to be poison pills are amendments that the vast majority of the American people support.
There are amendments without technical assistance and without a CBO score.
Mr. Chair,
Any further discussion on Sanders Amendment 6?
Mr. Chair, just
Mr. Chair.
quickly, I also just want to recognize Senator Shaheen. Her name has been mentioned. She's not a member of the committee, but this is a very important priority for hers. And I just wanted to underline that she's worked really hard on this issue.
Anyone else? I make a motion to table Amendment 6. I shall be voting yes to table. Will the clerk call the roll,
Mr.
please?
Chairman,
Senator Sanders.
I oppose the motion to table and urge my colleagues to vote no. I want to make clear to members that this vote is really a vote on my amendment. I urge a no vote on the motion to table.
It is on Sanders Amendment 6. It is not on the underlying bill. Okay. So clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul,
By proxy, yes.
Senator Collins,
No.
Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
By proxy, yes. Well, now, clerk.
Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy,
No by proxy.
Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alterbrooks,
No by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy.
Cassidy is yes.
I have 8 ayes, 15 noes.
So we are not
15 no's.
voting, so now we'll vote on adoption of the amendment. I shall be voting no. The clerk shall call the roll.
I'm sorry, which amendment?
Sanders 6. This will be the one we just discussed. We shall now vote on passage. We did not table, so we're voting to pass. Clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
By proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
No by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
Yes.
Senator Murray,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alterbrooks, Senator Alterbrooks,
Oh, sorry, yes by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy,
Cassidy is a no.
I have 15 ayes, 8 nays.
The amendment passes. I ask unanimous consent to consider Sanders Amendments 1 through 5 and Amendments 7, 8, and 9 on block.
No, no, I object. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I call up Sanders Amendment 1.
Clerk?
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Let me begin, please. We now be, wait, where is my comments amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, please, Senator Sanders.
Mr. Chairman, I think that it's no secret to anybody on this committee that we have a crisis in primary health care. I don't need to go through a long explanation. Everybody knows that is the case. Everybody here has community health centers in their districts, and I think most of the people on this committee, if not all, are proud of the work that those federally qualified community health centers are doing. I think every member of this committee understands that these community health centers, I know in Vermont that I expect in every state, are under a lot of pressure now for a lot of reasons. They need help. And as I mentioned earlier, and I don't think anybody disagrees, if we want to cut healthcare costs, if we want to ease human suffering, we got to make healthcare available to people when they need it. They need access to doctors, and access to psychologists, access to low-cost prescription drugs, and that is what community health centers do. So what this bill does are three basic things. It increases funding for community health centers from $4.6 billion to $5.8 billion. Second of all, it does something which, again, I think everybody in this committee understands is important, this concept of teaching health centers, where medical school residents can now practice in primary healthcare facilities, FQHCs, other type of facilities, rather than just at teaching health centers. That will bring more young doctors into rural areas, underserved areas, and into primary healthcare. There are now a number of states, we've expanded funding for this program recently, but there still remain a number of states, Alaska, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, South Carolina, Indiana, Vermont, New Hampshire, Virginia, Colorado, New Jersey, and Delaware that do not have one teaching health center. And that is addressed in this bill. And lastly, what this bill does, this amendment does, is at a time when we have a massive shortage of doctors and nurses in this country, it substantially increases funding for the National Health Service Corps, helps young doctors and nurses pay off their student debt if they agree to practice in underserved areas. So the problems are real. I think there's nobody in this room who disagrees with it. Let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, let's go ahead.
I think, let me comment first, please, Dr. Marshall. This amendment is unrelated to the underlying bill on generic drugs, and adopting it would prevent this bill from advancing at today's markup. Think about what I said at the outset. If we want Congress to work, we have to work to make it work. And having a bill which creates unrealistic increases in funding for some programs, but for some reason strangely ignores the special diabetes program.
These MAGA politicians don't want Congress to work. They're going against Congress. They're doing unlawful wars. MAGA grinder Mike Johnson has had the government shut down for like 80% of Trump's second term.
Which is a bipartisan priority of HELP members and includes the Insulin Act, which we just passed, indicates it is not well thought through. I repeat that. We are supposed to be deliberative here. We're not supposed to just be doing political punches. Earlier this year, we increased funding with pay-fors for all of the public health extenders in a bipartisan fashion. So to say that we're not doing this is to ignore the work we've already done. There's some $6.6 billion in this new spending, which is not offset. It takes other members' priorities and inserts them into an unrelated bill in bad faith. The ranking member had months to engage with me on these priorities. I approached him first to cut for a list of bills for a markup 2 months ago. Instead, we get something on Tuesday, without technical assistance, without a score, which, by the way, hurts the ability of us to pass the underlying legislation, which is bipartisan.
Hey, what's up, Honey Badger? That's wild.
Brett, and
Not surprising.
Republican priorities. We should all be frustrated with this. I'm committed to working towards a positive outcome in the public health extender funding. We can address these issues, and we will address them when we have technical assistance, when we just do the blocking and tackling that we have to do. I urge my colleagues to oppose this poison pill effort. I make a motion to table the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Do we
vote first.
go ahead?
Mr. Chairman, I think that many of us on this side of the aisle have supported community health centers and certainly want to continue to support them. but I do think we need to go back and measure twice and cut once here. We've thrown a lot of money at them. Unfortunately, if you've seen one community health center, you've seen one community health center. They're not measuring success in any uniform pack.
Man, these MAGA politicians don't even measure. They just cut away.
Yeah, and I beg them to come back to me and say, here's what we're going to measure. We have these 8 chronic diseases that we're spending 90% of our money in treating those diseases. The community health center is the perfect place to treat those chronic diseases, but they need to find out how to measure it. I feel like sometimes we're just throwing money at it and we're not solving the problem. And certainly want to continue to work with the ranking member on how to best fund these community health centers, how to fund more, nurses out there, all those things, a lot of the same goals we share together. But I'll have to vote no, or I'll vote yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole reason he did that unlawful war in the first place was Operation Epstein Fury to distract from his from the Epstein file, from the Trumpstein files.
Tabling for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Sanders Amendment excludes, as you point out, the special diabetes program. Perhaps the ranking member is unimpressed
Shit, I just ate a Rice Krispie treat.
with that program. I can tell you it is absolutely essential to children, teens, and others with type 1 diabetes, and also with Native Americans and Native Alaskans who have a disproportionately high rate of type 2 diabetes. Along with Senator Shaheen, I've long been a champion for the Special Diabetes Program. I co-founded the Senate Diabetes Caucus and now serve as co-chair with Senator Shaheen. In February, as chair of the Appropriations Committee, I secured a $200 million reauthorization of the Special Diabetes Program, which expires in December 31st of this year. We increased funding by $40 million. That's the highest funding level in the program's history. It has driven remarkable progress in preventing.
So this lady's name's Susan Collins. Is that what her name is? I don't know too much about her. But yeah, there's definitely needs to be some term limits set because on both sides, Republicans or Democrats, there's some dudes in there that are like 100 years old. Like Grassley. That guy was born in like the 1800s.
And managing diabetes while supporting critical research. It is inexplicable that other programs are being extended, but the ranking member, either deliberately or by mistake, did not include the Special Diabetes Program. For that reason, I will vote to table this amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Sanders.
this amendment does not solve every aspect of the healthcare crisis in America. I concede that. I concede that community health centers in America are not perfect. But Mr. Chairman, the American people understand that our current healthcare system, where we are today, is broken, is dysfunctional. Let me repeat, according to some very good.
I mean, I just don't get it. Like, they just spent like $400 billion on this unlawful war, and Orange Man's claiming that he's got like since he took office that he's gained like $19 trillion for the country. Like, how hard is it for them to like come through with like healthcare? They claim they got all this money.
Some 60,000 Americans die every year unnecessarily because they can't afford to go into a doctor's office. Community health centers are the best tool that we have at this moment. I'm delighted to work with the senator from Kansas. Let's improve community health centers. But right now they are in desperate financial shape. They need help. So again, all this bill does, it doesn't solve every healthcare crisis in America. It addresses the major tool that we have for primary healthcare, that is community health centers. It allows them to serve more people. It helps us get doctors and nurses into rural and underserved areas by increasing the National Health Service Corps. And it also allows us to get more doctors and nurses through the Teaching Health Center program, a very important provision. Doesn't solve all the problems. It is a major step forward in giving access to millions of Americans who desperately need healthcare.
Anyone else that wish to comment on this? I'll just point out that we will consider these same bills in July at our markup when they've been fully vetted, had technical assistance, and scored. This remains a bipartisan priority for us all, but there is a process that you have to go through in order to make Congress work. Don't just drop them in on Tuesday. We shall now vote the table. The chair shall be voting yes to table. Clerk shall call the roll. I'm sorry? Yeah, I'll vote yes. Didn't I say yes? Yeah. Yeah. The chair shall be voting yes.
Senator Paul,
A yes by proxy.
Senator Collins,
Yes.
Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley,
I don't have a proxy on him. He's a yes by proxy.
Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy,
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy,
no by proxy,
Senator Kane,
no by proxy,
Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey,
no by proxy,
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Ulsterbrooks,
no by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy,
So Chairman Cassidy is yes to table.
no in person.
Senator Murphy is no in person.
All right, we have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The amendment is tabled. Does anyone else have an amendment they would like to call up?
Sanders, number 2. Mr. Chairman, unlike my first amendment, this amendment simply calls for an increase in funding for community health centers from 4.6 billion to 5.8 billion. I think I previously discussed why community health centers right now are in desperate need of increased funding, and I would hope that members would support the amendment.
Wow, Donald Trump's such a big baby. He still has the tarp. He still has the tarp over at the Kennedy Center where he was forced to take his name down. What a big baby he is, having that tarp up still.
Does anyone else wish to comment on this? I will say the same thing I did before. We're considering this in July after the amendment or this appropriate legislation has been vetted, technical assistance, and scored. Right now, there's no pay for this. So if we wait for a month, we'll actually have a pay for. And that's the way that Congress is supposed to work. It's not scoring cheap political points when we're trying to pass bipartisan legislation, which is bipartisan priority.
Mr. Chairman, ma'am?
Sure.
Very briefly. You say that you're going to be bringing this need up in July, is that correct?
We're having a markup in July, and I presume that you're going to offer this then. And
What I'd like to know is that maybe we can get rid of all these amendments very quickly. Among other things, will you be supporting in July an increase in funding for community health centers from 4.6 to 5.8 billion?
I am so happy to have that conversation, but there are resources, limited resources. And so within those limited resources, we have to live. That is an uncomfortable reality of the Congress and of the government. And so when I see what the funding is, when Senator Marshall's point is that when we see the money that we've already laid out, how it's being used, and we have some fuller assessment of full need, then I will make my decision. But my bio is I worked for 25 years or something like that in hospitals for the uninsured and Medicaid. I got street cred when it comes to taking care of poor people without insurance.
You ain't got no street cred, pal. You're a MAGA politician. You belong in jail, buddy.
will hold up to anybody in the United States of America. So to sit and imply that the only way you're righteous is to vote for something which is not scored without technical assistance and not thought through is absurd.
Well, I would just say that for a party that gave $1 trillion
Nah, pal, you're absurd.
in tax to the 1%,
Well, that's
talk about limited resources sounds a little bit far-fetched.
So we got to do math around it.
Looks like Eddie Munster got in his feelings over here.
Okay. I shall move. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? I move to table the amendment. I shall be voting yes. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul, Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy,
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane,
no by proxy,
Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
no by proxy,
Senator Markey,
no by proxy.
Oh yeah, Senator Slotkin's hot on the case right now. She's passing a bill right now to make sure that Donald Trump keeps his grimy little hands away from the election, from the polls come this midterms.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsterbrooks,
No by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy.
I am an aye to table.
I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The motion to table passes. Any other amendments?
Yep. Sanders Amendment number 3.
Nah, the only traitors to this country are the MAGA, the MAGA cult members. But you guys only got 4 months left because once the blue wave tsunami comes through and we vote them all out of office, all the MAGA cult members, the very little few that are left, because they all jump ship and burn their red hats. But they're gonna have to do community service or go back to Jonestown. That's how it's just gonna go down. That's just how it's gonna be.
Mr. Chairman, the Health Committee has jurisdiction over the Teaching Health Center program. Last year, we worked together to substantially increase funding for this program over a 5-year period, and that is the good news. The bad news is that despite this increased funding, there are 20 states in America that do not have one single teaching health center. 12 of those states are represented by senators on this committee: Alaska, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, South Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. The ballroom will be ready just in time for Trumpstein Files 2.0.
Vermont, New Hampshire, Virginia, Colorado, New Jersey, and Delaware. This amendment would provide $120 million over a 3-year period, $40 million a year, to ensure that every state in America can have a teaching health center. These centers are extremely important because they allow medical school graduates to complete their residencies in community health centers. If we want more doctors and other medical professionals to practice in rural and underserved areas, this is a very important way to do it. I ask my colleagues to vote for this amendment.
This amendment is unrelated to the underlying bill on generic drugs. Adopting it would prevent the bill from advancing at today's markup. The committee has worked to ensure funding for teaching health centers does not lapse, and it does not lapse this year. Earlier this year, we provided $1 billion to this program over the next 4 years, and it paid for bipartisan agreement. The $120 million in this new spending is not offset by the savings of the bill. The bill has not received technical feedback to ensure it meets its intended goals of creating residency programs in states that do not currently have them. This is not a good faith amendment. I am committed to working towards a positive outcome in public health extender funding as part of our July markup and ensuring that they do not expire at the end of the year. I urge colleagues who care about process in the United States Senate and going back to regular order to oppose this poison pill effort, and I make a motion to table the amendment. I shall be voting to table. Clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul,
He is to table by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tupperville,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane,
No by proxy.
Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alterbrooks, Chairman Cassidy.
Cassidy votes yes to table.
I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The amendment is tabled. Does anyone have another amendment they wish to call up?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Sanders Amendment number 4. Mr. Chairman, we are facing a shortage of more than 187,000 doctors over the next 12 years, including a shortage of tens of thousands of primary care physicians. The National Health Service Corps provides scholarships and loan repayment to primary care providers who commit to practicing in an underserved area, but the program is woefully underfunded. Today, National Health Service Corps scholarship funds are sufficient to fund just 10% of the applications received for new awards. According to the latest available data, 43% of eligible medical providers who applied for this program did not receive funding. While Congress provided a 13% increase in funding for this program, that increase is nowhere near what is required to fully fund the program. The Association of Clinicians for the Underserved estimates that the National Health Service Corps needs at least $950 million annually to provide scholarships and loan repayment programs to all eligible clinicians. Bottom line is, everybody here knows we have a major crisis.
Yeah, and Orange Man, his net worth has gone up $5 billion since last year.
In terms of the shortage of doctors, it is getting worse. It's worse in primary care. It is worse in rural and underserved areas. Let's support this amendment.
This amendment is unrelated to the underlying bill on generic drugs. Adopting it prevents this bipartisan bill from advancing at today's markup. This committee has worked to ensure that funding for the National Health Service Corps does not lapse, and it will not lapse this year. Earlier this year, we increased funding for this program in a paid-for bipartisan agreement. The sum $415 million in new spending is not offset by the savings of the bill, nor does the bill have technical assistance to explain how the additional funding would be allocated. This is a political messaging amendment which is not in good faith. I am committed to working towards a positive outcome in the public health extender funding as part of our July markup and making sure they don't expire at the end of the year. I urge colleagues to oppose this poison pill effort. I oppose them to stand up for regular order in the Congress, and I make a motion to table the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll. I shall be voting yes to table.
Senator Paul,
Senator Paul is yes by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Tupperville,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody,
Aye by proxy for Armstrong.
Senator Armstrong, proxy. All right. Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane,
No by proxy.
Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alterbrooks, Chairman Cassidy,
Aye to table.
12 ayes, 11 nays.
Amendment is tabled. Does anyone have another amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I call up Sanders, number 5. Mr. Chairman, it is no secret to anybody on this committee that we face a massive shortage of nearly 400,000 nurses over the next 2 years. Last year, over 90,000 applications for nursing schools were rejected, not because these applicants were unqualified, but because there is a shortage of nurse faculty in America, and insufficient capacity. Just tell you one story. During COVID, in the largest hospital in Vermont, the hospital spent $25 million on traveling nurses because we did not have enough local.
Well, the Obamas just had a rally the other day to open up their new building in Chicago, and that was amazing. They had Stevie Wonder on there. They had Bruce Springsteen. Well, Donald Trump over there, like no one showed up, and he had Kid Rock.
I think the story is true in every state in this country. We need to get young people into nursing school. We need nurse educators to do that. Problem right now is nurse educators receive substantially lower salaries than they would. They have graduate degrees than they do as supervisors in hospitals. So we need more nurse educators so that we can have more nurses graduating nursing school so we can address the nursing crisis. This is an important amendment. I hope that members will support it.
Does anybody wish to have comments with Senator Murkowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what Senator Sanders has said in terms of the need is absolutely true. It's undisputed. I think we recognize we have a nursing shortage.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Raptor? I remember all the MAGA cult members were all over Spencer Pratt. And I found it hilarious because I was like, you know what? I'm going to laugh. I'm going to LOL once Spencer Pratt loses. And I look forward to all the MAGA tears. And guess what happened? Spencer Pratt lost after all that whining and crying from the MAGA cult members about Spencer Pratt. The dude's taking a hike. It's the Blue Wave Tsunami, guys. You ain't stopping it. Got to grab your surfboards. Grab your life jackets. But yeah, Spencer Pratt, he lost bigly.
And the nurse faculty is important.
And what was funny was there was all the MAGA cult members like that you see like on these like the sleeper cell MAGA bot cult members that you see like trolling the comment sections across all the social media platforms. All of a sudden they all disappeared like Homer Simpson back into the bush.
This is something that Senator Durbin and I have been working on for a period of time. In fact, this amendment is our bill, but it comes as a surprise, certainly to this senator, that it would be included and incorporated as part of this markup. We've been working with you and your teams to try to get this to the place so that we can get it through this committee. It's my understanding that we are looking to this July markup to do just that, and so I would hope that the progress that we're able to make between now and then will be represented, that Senator Sanders would be cooperative and working with us to get this to a place where, again, we can put into law a bipartisan measure that's going to address the shortage, but to include it at this point in time on this measure, I think risks that progress that we have made. So you haven't moved to table, Mr. Chairman, but if you do so, I would be supporting.
Yeah, but Trump's on a different level. Not only he's the most corrupt president of all time, he's also the most low IQ president of all time, with no morals to boot.
Tabling motion.
He's cheated on all his wives. He was over there with Stormy Daniels. Well, Melania was, over there raising Barron. Melania doesn't even go anywhere with Trump. Like, he went to that G7 summit. Where's Melania? She doesn't want to be near that stinky diaper. And Melania, and lastly, that UFC guy, this is what he really wanted to say. And lastly, Melania Trump is an Epstein escort.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I will say the amendment is not germane to the bill at hand related to generic drugs. Faculty recruitment, as a guy that used to be on faculty for a med school, is a complex challenge that schools have to navigate in a sustainable way to ensure the long-term health of their institution. And we have been discussing the nuances of this policy through...
Whatever, MAGA cult members. Cope and cry harder, pals.
faith bipartisan negotiation to evaluate the idea on its merits and get questions answered.
But a special shout out to everyone that's in the chat that never has, never will drink the Kool-Aid. You know, just pat yourselves on the back for having a brain, a heart, and a soul. For all you MAGA cult members out there, there's help for you guys out there. Dr. Oz will supply a pill for you guys to help you from your Stockholm syndrome.
But when the sponsor of the legislation didn't
But the first step is put down the Kool-Aid.
know it was coming up today and acknowledges that this ongoing negotiation is ongoing. And Senator Sanders has chosen to take that legislation, to amend it, and bring, again, another senator's legislation. I only have the ability to assess it on our incomplete information as of right now. I am committed to addressing workforce programs, particularly nursing workforce programs, as part of our work, as a part of our markup in July. There is a regular order process that we go to, and that anyone on either side of the dais that cares about returning to regular order should be committed to. So I thank Senator Collins and Murkowski for they've both shown leadership in this space. Senator Durbin is not on the committee, but we still have more work to do. I urge colleagues to oppose this poison pill effort. I make a motion to table the amendment I shall be voting to table. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
He is to table by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Hawley,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Tuberville,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Houston,
Hey, Michael Reitman, and you're proof that MAGAs are snowflakes.
Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
Nope.
Senator Murray,
No by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane,
No by proxy.
Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester,
No by proxy.
Senator Ulsterbrooks, Chairman Cassidy,
Aye to table. Senator Kane, would you like to be noted present?
I'm not.
we're at 12 ayes, 11 nays.
They call that presentism. Okay, does anyone have another amendment they wish to call up?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sanders.
Everybody here knows that Sanders Amendment number 7. Everybody knows that we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. One of the reasons is that drug companies spend billions of dollars on TV commercials pushing their outrageously expensive drugs. Turns out that, and I don't know that everybody here knows this, that with the exception of New Zealand, the United States is the only country in the world where it is legal for pharmaceutical companies to advertise their drugs on television. Every other country thinks it's a good idea for doctors to make that decision, not ads on television. In my view, it is time for us to end that international embarrassment, and that is what this amendment would do. And by the way, this is not just my view. I think members of the committee will recall that HHS Secretary Kennedy has said that he believes that we should ban pharmaceutical ads on television. The AMA endorsed the ban on prescription drugs more than a decade ago. And I think this is an intelligent way to go forward to give doctors control over their patients' needs and the absurdity of us being one of 2 nations in the world to allow this travesty. I would urge yes vote.
I shall have comments, but does anyone else have a comment? I will note that the Supreme Court has ruled that drug companies have a First Amendment constitutional right to advertise. We may not like it, but if you consider supporting the Constitution an important issue, which I certainly do, this is manifestly going to be losing court. I absolutely agree more transparency is needed.
If that's the case, then why were tobacco companies forced to remove all their ads at like baseball games?
How drug manufacturers market products to consumers but this is a bad faith effort to do so. Tying a prohibition on advertising to drug approval politicizes FDA's role in reviewing new products. Other senators have policies to address this issue in more thoughtful ways rather than a de facto ban raising constitutional concerns. I urge colleagues to oppose this poison pill effort. I make a motion to table the amendment. I shall be voting aye to table. Clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Hawley,
Not voting.
Senator Tuberville,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator King, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks, Chairman Cassidy.
Aye to table.
I have 11 ayes, 11 nays.
The motion fails. We shall now vote on adopting the amendment. I shall be voting no. Clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
No by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott,
No by proxy.
Senator Hawley,
Not voting.
Senator Tuberville,
No by proxy.
Senator Banks,
No by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong,
No by proxy.
Senator Sanders,
Yes,
Senator Murray,
yes by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator King, Senator Hassan,
Why would a senator not vote? That doesn't make any sense.
Hickenlooper,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Markey,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks, Chairman Cassidy.
I vote against the amendment. I'm a no. Senator Scott, would you like to be recognized as president? I'm about to say, leave the room, man.
I have 11 ayes, 11 nays.
The vote is tied. The amendment fails. Does anyone else have another amendment to pull up?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. I always enjoy this discussion about process, doing it by the book. Meanwhile, what the American people understand, we've been doing process and doing it by the book. The healthcare system is collapsing. People are dying because they can't afford the healthcare they desperately need, despite the fact we're spending twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of other nations. So maybe we just stand up, do the right thing, have the guts to take on the big money interests who make large campaign contributions. Now, everybody knows that we pay by far, ain't even close, the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Even President Trump understands that. And as a result of that reality, insanely,
Senator Bowman-Joe, what amendment are you bringing up?
number 8.
Okay, thank you.
And as a result of the high cost of prescription drugs, and this is really insane.
Yeah, exactly. All these MAGAs are just brown nosers.
Americans goes to the pharmacist,
They're diaper nosers.
can't afford the medicine their doctors prescribe. So what happens when you don't get the medicine your doctor prescribes? You get sicker. And maybe you end up in the emergency room. Maybe you end up in the hospital, and the healthcare system spends a fortune, which could have been saved if you had the bloody money to get the prescription drug in the first place. Now, President Trump, to his credit, actually talks about this issue. How much he actually does is another story. But during his State of the Union address, President Trump asked us to codify a most favored nation drug policy to ensure that the American people pay no more for prescription drugs than people in other countries. It's an issue I've been working on for a number of years. Not a radical idea, guys. Maybe we should not be paying 10 times more than Europeans, Canadians, Japanese people, etc., etc.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sab? Hey, good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday night. And what up, everyone in the chat? Hope you guys are having a good Friday night. Thanks for everyone that's sharing their opinions and interacting and saying what up. So yeah, this hearing that we're watching, starring Bernie Sanders, happened 2 days ago. This just came out June 17th. So I figure it's Friday night. Let's have a Friday night little YouTubeville watch party. About to smoke a bong load number 3. I'm drinking coffee number 2 right now. But so we're an hour and 7 minutes into this hearing that's an hour and 47 minutes. So we have a half hour left to go of this hearing. So it's been pretty interesting so far, especially with everyone that's hanging out in the chat. Appreciate everyone. And yeah, I guess even the MAGA cult members, you guys do bring some little entertainment value with your ridiculous comments. Okay. But anywho, appreciate everyone that's here. And then, shit, since it's Friday night, there's another hearing that I'll play. It's like some Trump nominee. We'll see how that goes.
All it says is, let us in this country not pay more than people in other countries. Trump believes that's to be the correct approach. I believe that's to be the correct approach. That is what this amendment does. If this amendment is signed into law, the price of Skyrizi, a drug used to treat Crohn's disease, would be reduced from $153,000 a year to just $21,000. And the price of the cancer drug Keytruda would drop from $210,000 a year to just $88,000 a year. All right.
The only communists I see are MAGA cult members. Actually, after this, we'll play Trump's. Trump did a statement today with his new Qatari jet that he got. MAGA cult members like to say communist. It's like, yo, didn't you guys see Orange Man roll out the red carpet for Putin and lift sanctions on Putin?
People in
I just see MAGA communists over there, traitors, treasonous traitors that are going to be sentenced to 40 hours of community service once we go through the phase of demagnification, which is coming up in 4 months because we're taking back the House and the Senate.
all over the world for a variety of reasons, paying a lot less than we do. Let's make sure we don't continue that. I would ask for a yes vote for this common sense amendment.
I will have comments. Does anyone else have a comment? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make an important distinction.
All right, so this lady, Susan Collins, she's kind of like a Fetterman, saying they're a Democrat, but they're really like I don't know, all these freaking politicians, man. The only ones I really trust, I guess, would be like Jamie Raskin, Mark Kelly, Chris Murphy's pretty solid.
Here, I voted for Senator Sanders.
Oh yeah, Sheldon Whitehouse. I like Sheldon Whitehouse.
To add most favored nation instructions to the reconciliation bill. But that is not what this is. Those instructions on the floor were very general. This amendment is very specific and raises.
Hey, what's up, all the smoke? All right. That's actually kind of funny. So you call Raskin Ballskin? Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. But no, Raskin's a solid politician.
Questions?
That dude knows the law and the Constitution.
Demonstrate why it needs money.
Yeah, Raskin's got more brain cells than all these MAGA politicians combined.
For example, I know that the royalty mechanism in the amendment uses foreign reference pricing to set the price.
Oh shit, Susan Collins a Republican?
Drugs here, but does not correct for the dangers of discriminatory metrics known as QALYs or quality adjusted life years. The problem with QALYs is that they discount the value of life because a patient is older or ill or has a disability. I cannot support that. And I am surprised that the senator from Vermont thinks that is appropriate. The Affordable Care Act rightfully prohibited the use of QALYs in the Medicare program. That certainly should be done here too. This is just a
All right, yeah, for sure. Another orange man's rubber stamper.
example of why something this complicated should go through the committee process. This is an extremely flawed approach. I will be voting to table the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Sanders.
the senator from Maine knows this is not the end of the process.
Huh.
And if she has, or anybody else has objections, wants to improve the bill, which is often the case, not an unusual circumstance, that can be done. But the American people, frankly, are sick and tired hearing you.
Hey, independent lone wolf, please don't spam the chat. Thank you.
They're all of the reasons why we can't take on the pharmaceutical
The
industry.
senator's already spoken.
Thank you.
Just a note, this is a complicated bill, by the way, different from President Trump's bill, that has no technical assistance. I mean, we just can't be incontinent saying we got to do something. Boom, you got to think about it. In medicine, we have a saying, don't just do something, think. If there's something that is required to be done on drug costs, we should actually think about it, not go afoul of what Senator Collins just pointed out. I am so committed to working with, and I have a track record of working on a bipartisan basis and with the White House to lower the cost.
Hey, Saber, to answer your question, it's because they're suffering from Stockholm syndrome. It's kind of like what Patty Hearst went through.
Drugs. This is not the correct path. Again, doesn't have technical assistance. We don't know how it works. The amendment represents a significant expansion of federal authority over domestic supply chains, undermine existing market-based reforms designed to reduce costs and increase competition. I urge colleagues to oppose this poison pill effort. Let's be serious about lowering costs. Let's just don't be demonstrative. I will move to table the amendment. I shall be voting to table. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Collins,
Aye.
Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley,
Yes by proxy. No, sorry, not voting.
all right, Senator Tuberville,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong, Senator Sanders.
Nope.
Senator Murray,
No by proxy.
Senator Balt,
Yeah, sometimes Donald Trump sharks while he gives a press conference.
Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, okay, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks,
I guess by proxy means that like the senator is not present, but they gave their vote to somebody to say it for them.
Senator, yes, okay, I have 11. Senator Chairman Cassidy. Oh, no, oh, sorry, okay.
Cassidy is a yes to table.
I have 11 ayes, 11 nays.
The motion to table fails. We shall now move to vote on adopting the amendment. The chair shall be voting no.
Senator Paul,
No by proxy.
Senator Collins,
No.
Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley,
Not voting.
Senator Tuberville,
No by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Actually, I have a better suggestion. I think all the MAGA cult members should just all move back to Jonestown. Have like a Kool-Aid party or something in Guayama.
No by proxy.
Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong, Senator Sanders,
Yes.
Senator Murray,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Markey,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks, Chairman Cassidy.
No on adoption of the amendment.
I have 11 ayes, 11 nays.
The vote is tied. The motion fails. Does anyone else have an amendment they would like to draw up?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and you'll be happy to note, I'm sure, that this is the last amendment. Unless you would like to, no, maybe we could do some more, Roger, what do you think? All right, Sanders Amendment number 9. Steve,
Hey, if you look at the Iran War of 2026 on Wikipedia page, it says that Donald Trump lost.
President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, in my view, the worst piece of legislation in modern history, made the largest cut to education in our nation's history in order to pay for the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. If Congress allows these changes to take effect, 7 million Americans will be thrown off of their low-cost student loan repayment plan, known as the SAVE plan, and into a much more expensive plan. This means the average college graduate will be forced to pay $4,000 more each year on their student loan payment. $4,000 a year. That's an astronomical amount of money. It has been estimated that if these cuts go into effect, 1 out of every 4 student loan borrowers will be in default by the end of this summer. This is a crisis situation. Further, in just 2 weeks, working class students will be priced out of graduate training in programs like nursing, medicine, dentistry, and social work because of new restrictive arbitrary loan limits. At a time when we have a shortage of nurses, doctors, and dentists in this country, 21% of nursing students, more than half of medical students, and 3/4 of dental students will be priced out of a degree. We cannot and must not allow that to happen. This amendment will repeal these harmful cuts to federal student loans and fully restore access to financial aid. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
I shall have comments, but does anyone else? The amendment is unrelated to the bill being considered. It puts back into place Biden's student loan schemes, which cost taxpayers $284 billion and allow students to once more incur excessive amounts of debt. In the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, Congress placed common sense limits on federal student loans for post-baccalaureate degrees to help drive down the cost of college and added accountability metrics to prevent steering of students into low value.
This MAGA cult politician over here is trying to say common sense. Yeah, right. MAGA and common sense don't belong in the same sentence. These are the same guys that brought you Trump University, by the way.
Tuition programs. By the way, college tuition has increased much faster than any other household expense in the last 40 years. Something was wrong. What was wrong? In 2023, the National Bureau of Economic Research found that uncapped federal borrowing for graduate programs did not improve access or degree attainment. Colleges merely raised tuition, capturing more student loans, trapping kids into debt. Thanks to loan limits Senate Republicans enacted, college costs are now going down. UC Irvine recently announced they'll be cutting tuition for their MBA program by 38% in the upcoming fall semester. Other colleges are starting.
Hey, Karen, hope you're having a good Friday night. If the MAGA cult members wanted your opinion, I think they'd ask your husband for it.
To offer steep discounts. This amendment would allow students to once more load up with excessive amounts of student loan debt. I ask colleagues to oppose the poison pill effort, and I make a motion to table the amendment. I shall be voting to table. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul,
He is yes to table by proxy.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Tuberville,
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong, Senator Sanders,
No,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper,
No by proxy.
Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim,
No by proxy.
Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks, Chairman Cassidy.
Cassidy is yes to table.
I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The motion passes. The amendment is tabled. I think I think that is the last of the amendments. I'm looking around. Okay, we shall now go to the consideration of S 3799, the Healthy Start Reauthorization Act. I thank Senators Marshall, Gillibrand, and Baldwin for work in this legislation to reauthorize the Healthy Start program, improving maternal and infant health outcomes before, during, and after pregnancy. This bipartisan legislation, an example of the important work we can achieve when we work across the aisle. I encourage my colleagues to support it.
What did you say, Karen? Did you say you suffer from TDS, otherwise known as Trump devotion syndrome?
Before we offer any amendments, do any members wish to speak on the bill? You okay? Do any members wish to offer amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Marshall.
I call up Marshall number 1 on Senate 3799. Marshall 1. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to emphasize that what a great success story this Healthy Start program is. It targets communities with high.
Oh yeah. I put independent in timeout because they're just like spamming.
Mortality rates. It improves health outcomes before, during, and.
But yeah, we got. Hey, appreciate everyone that's here commenting. We're having a little Friday night YouTubeville watch party. We're all just having friendly banter. So yeah, we got free speech over here. All I ask is for no like anti-Semitism, no like racist stuff. Other than that, say whatever's on your mind. It's all good. It's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits, just like Donnie Diaper.
Pregnancy. This amendment aligns the funding amount with what was appropriated in the fiscal year 26 appropriations bills. It also shifts the start date to next year since the program has been funded for this year already. Thank you.
Senator, by the way, this is why it's nice to have an OBGYN on the committee. Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Anyone else? We shall now vote on the amendment. The chair shall be voting yes. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul.
I'm sorry. Oh, can we do a voice vote? Yeah, all in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Thank you. Okay. Next is S4109, Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Reauthorization Act. I'm thankful for the work of Senators Reed, Scott, Langford, and Smith on this legislation to extend the C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program and improve access to stem cell therapy and bone marrow transplantation. This legislation facilitates further research and life-saving advancement in the field while technology and innovation continue to improve. I urge colleagues to support this bill. We have a manager's amendment to S4109. I move to adopt the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute and have it considered original text for the purpose of further amendments. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Do any members wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
let me just thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this really important legislation and the colleagues on this committee, as well as Senator Reed. I think this is incredibly important. Frankly, you think about the impact that bone marrow and cord blood transplants are having around the country.
Jim Dwyer, everything you just said is nothing but utter lies. You're so brainwashed. Oh my goodness.
Positive and powerful. We're looking at the 150,000th transplant, which means that more patients have more time with their families than ever before.
Regardless, Donald Trump supports the KKK and the KKK endorsed Donald Trump.
Because of the legislation, the work that we are doing on this committee around the Congress, but it's under your leadership. I want to say thank you very much for the way that you've led in a bipartisan fashion, keeping healthcare as a primary issue, not Republicans, not Democrats, not red, not blue, not rich, not poor, but frankly, serving the people of this country and providing greater access to life-saving opportunities and life-extending opportunities. This will help folks with lymphoma, other blood cancers, and specifically
Yeah, this MAGA cult member logic with KKK being affiliated with the Democrats is hilarious. Like you could debunk their narrative real quick. If that was the case, then the KKK would be like advocating for like LGBTQ and waving like rainbow flags next to their Confederate flags. So yeah.
Me as well. So thank you.
And Senator Scott, I want to acknowledge your leadership on the issue and your sensitivity to the issue that makes everyone else even more sensitive. So thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone else? We'll now begin with consideration, moving on to the S-2339, the Early Act reauthorization of 2025. I thank Senators Klobuchar and Crapo for their work on this legislation. This bill helps ensure young women have access to information about breast cancer risk factors and early detection. I urge all colleagues to support the bill. We have a manager's amendment to S-2339. I move to adopt the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute and have it be considered original text for the purpose of further amendments. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Do any members wish to speak on the bill? Okay. Let's move on to S-4472, accelerating access to critical therapies for.
Yeah, if that was the case, well, guess what? Donald Trump used to be a Democrat.
Second. We must, I thank Senators Murkowski and Coons for their work on this legislation, which supports the development of cures for rare neurodegenerative diseases. This bill continues programs supporting access to investigational therapies for ALS and rare neurodegenerative diseases. I urge all colleagues to support. We have a...
Hey, USM. Hey, thank you for your input. I'll make sure I fast forward your your concern over to HR ASAP.
Amendment to S-4472. I move to adopt the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute and have it considered original text for the purpose of further amendments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. Do any members wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Murkowski.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for working with us to get this bill to this place. And as you have noted, this is significant in terms of research into the therapies for ALS. In 2021, we passed the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act. This provides a pathway for people who are not ineligible for clinical trials to receive investigational treatments, and it provides funding to NIH and FDA to accelerate the research and data sharing to speed therapy development. But basically what we're talking about here is a process that...
You're a disgusting human being, Mark. Just like all your MAGA cult members. Man, I don't even want to know what's on your hard drive.
As we know, an ALS diagnosis is effectively terminal. I mean, there is just a tragic course, and so any opportunity, any ray of hope that can be found out there is what the...
Yeah, that was Carlos Squeaker right here. What's up, Carlo? You want to say what's up? Carlo, sit. What's up, buddy? Good boy. There's Carlo in the house. This is the real Orange King right here. What's up, buddy? Yes. Did you guys know that dog spelled backwards is God? Damn, there was a sad situation over here in LA actually recently where I guess like the cops came on a call and they shot a dog. Pretty sad. R.I.P. doggy.
Who are living with ALS are hoping for. So the bill that we have is a reauthorization of this program. You noted the work that Senator Coons and I have been doing on this.
Yeah, I was actually gonna do a live stream of a Carlo adventure at the lake today, but like there's this like huge structure fire in LA and it's just smoked out the whole county. So decided to post up inside and play it safe, you know. But as soon as the air clears, Carlo and I are gonna start going back to our Carlo's live stream adventures. So stay tuned. If you guys like dog walks and adventures and live in Carlo's world, life of a husky,
organization, but I tell you, we have been working with some extraordinary advocates over the years. People like Dan Tate, Brian Wallach, Sandra Abrevia, Jenny Dwyer, advocates who have also just recently passed away, like Eric.
That's funny. Taco cat backwards is taco cat. Isn't there a word for that phenomenon? Like, I forget what it's called. Like where you could say the same thing backwards and forwards.
Many of us have personal connections in this space, and in that vein, Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce into the record as.
Hey, what's up, Giant? That's right, Palindome. Yeah, that's why I love YouTubeville. You know, that's why I like to have like open chat, because at the end of the day, when you go beyond politics and whatnot, like we're all human beings. You know, we all learn from each other.
From Senator Coons, highlighting the success of the program, acknowledging the work of so many of the advocates and those who have helped us get to this point. This is a program that works and needs to keep working as we move towards possible treatments and hopefully one day a cure. So we've made a few improvements here, but we really want to get this passed and signed into law. And I thank you and all those on the committee for the support.
Anyone else? We'll now move on to S 1954, the Biosimilar Red Tape Elimination Act. I thank the sponsors, Senators Lee and Lujan.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? Yeah, Dr. Oz is just another incompetent clown in Donald Trump's circus, along with Kash Patel, Pete Kegsbreath, just the whole clan. Like, they're just all a bunch of despicable bastards.
As well as Senators Paul.
Coward Nutlick over there, island hopping with Epstein on Epstein Island, Trumpstein Island. And he was Epstein's neighbor. Yeah, Coward Nutlick was Epstein's neighbor for years.
For their work on this legislation to improve access to affordable biosimilar medications. We first began considering this in 2024. I highlighted this bill at a hearing in April. I'm glad to see the progress. Enabling biosimilars to be interchanged with brand name products is common sense that both the Biden and Trump administrations took steps to advance. Under this bill, FDA will continue to ensure that there are no clinically meaningful differences between biosimilars and brand name products so that patients are protected. I've received 2 letters of support that I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. That is granted. We have a manager's amendment to S 1954. I move to adopt the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute and have it considered original text for the purpose of future amendments. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Do any members wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, we shall move on to the Medicaid.
It's funny, all these MAGA cult members are out there spreading Trumpstein, Epstein, Steve Bannon propaganda. They don't even know it. It's like it's a whole psyop. Epstein started the MAGA movement. Like Epstein's actually really MAGA cult members' daddy.
Affordability and Patient Integrity Act, which is S 2658. I thank Senators Hassan and Senator Hawley for their work on this legislation. Patents are critical to innovation and driving investments in new therapies for patients, but they are and should be time limited, and abuses can unfairly extend.
Hey, what up, Rock James? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday night.
Patent brand monopolies and keep drug prices higher than they should be. This legislation aims to make sure that drug manufacturers give both FDA and the Patent Office the same information. That said, there are provisions in this bill dealing with patent litigation that fall in the Judiciary Committee's jurisdiction. We did not make changes to those parts of the bill. I defer to the Judiciary Committee on patent changes that fall within their jurisdiction and expertise.
Trump said Epstein was a great guy. He's quoted as saying that. They were best friends.
On this bill with the expectation that we will need to work with the Judiciary Committee to move this bill forward. We have a manager's amendment to 2658. I move to adopt the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute and have it considered original text for the purpose of further amendments. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Before offering amendments, do any members wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hassan.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the chair and ranking member for supporting this bill that Senator Hawley and I have, which will help lower drug costs for patients. For too long, Big Pharma has abused the patent process and blocked generic competition from entering the market, which has meant higher prices at the pharmacy counter for families. One of the ways in which Big Pharma boxes out generic medication is by filing endless patents to block any competition, including by filing brand new patents for original features of their drug that they disclosed to the FDA years beforehand, but withheld from the patent office. Prescription drug costs are pushing families and seniors in particular to the brink, and it is time to end this Big Pharma loophole, which is exactly what my bipartisan bill with Senator Hawley will accomplish. I too acknowledge that we need to continue to work with Senator Cornyn and the Judiciary Committee moving forward, but this would be a very good start, and I appreciate the Chair and Ranking Member's support.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawley.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add my voice in support of this legislation, and I want to thank Senator Hassan for her leadership on this. Prescription drugs are just too expensive. I mean, that's the bottom line. They are way too expensive for every family and every individual in this country. And one of the reasons they're too expensive is that the big pharma companies game the system. They tell the FDA one thing, and then they tell the patent office something else. And they keep that disparity to themselves until it comes time for a piece of another competition, a competitor, somebody who wants to get into the market to try to enter. And then lo and behold, Big Pharma discovers, actually, we've got some more information. We have that patent. Actually, no, you can't file that. Actually, no, we can't allow a generic to get into the market. And what's the net effect of that?
That's not AI. That's real footage right there.
Less competition, prices remain high. It's a blatant attempt to game the system. Our patent system is a great system. They're gaming it. And because they're gaming it, they're keeping prices high for Americans all across this country. This is a simple bill that will put a stop to that chicanery. We should have done it a long time ago. I look forward to doing it today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Do any members wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I call amendment number 1.
Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intent of the legislation by the bill's authors. What I don't favor, though, is doing anything that would help the Chinese Communist Party cheat and steal our IP. And that's what my amendment would go at lengths to stop. My amendment would ensure that the same protections for trade secrets at the FDA would also apply at the Patent and Trademark Office. We know Chinese biotech companies have been sifting through US patent applications for a long time, looking to steal intellectual property so they can copy our drugs. Now they are using AI to analyze our patent applications on a massive scale to develop their own drugs. I understand the bill's sponsors' intent to eliminate patent thickets, but we need to make sure that the bill doesn't inadvertently expose US drug companies' trade secrets and intellectual property to competitors. My amendment would first maintain all confidentiality and trade secret laws that already apply to the FDA. Then it would also create procedures for the Patent and Trademark Office to notify patent applicants before their information is publicly disclosed. And then third, it would allow patent applicants 30 days to object to disclosures and redact trade secrets or confidential information. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to preserve the intent of the bill and avoid giving China, our biotech industry's most precious trade secrets. I yield back.
I appreciate, Senator Banks, your concern about the Chinese Communist Party. It is a concern I share. But the Patent Office already has procedures for the handling of trade secret proprietary and other protected materials. Even so, as part of our bipartisan agreement, the underlying bill expands upon existing trade secret protections and directs the Patent Office to update its regulations to ensure that sensitive information is protected when appropriate. Instead of simply protecting trade secrets, though, this amendment from Senator Banks would go much further and undermine the core obligation of the Patent Office to publish basic information about each patent that it issues. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawley.
I just want to add one thing to that. Senator Hassan's exactly correct. This bill actually expands the protection for trade secrets at the Patent Office. And I just want to note that that's what the pharma companies asked for last time we introduced this bill. Last time we introduced this bill, they were opposed to it. Of course, they're always opposed to it, but they said, well, we think differently about it if you just put some more protections around the Patent Office disclosures. So that's what we did. And now they came back and said, actually, we don't like those. We want something else. And next year it'll be something else, and then it'll be something else. So long as they keep reaping billions of dollars in profits and nobody can afford their prescription drugs, we got to put an end to this. I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? I thank Senator Banks for offering this amendment. It is essential we safeguard confidential and proprietary information from unnecessary disclosures while ensuring that bad actors don't misuse these protections for their own advantage. I support this amendment. If not adopted, I will support the final passage of the bill. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul, Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski,
She is not voting.
Senator Marshall,
She is yes by proxy.
Senator Scott,
She is yes by proxy.
Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong, Senator Sanders,
Nope,
Senator Murray,
no by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsterbrooks, Chairman Cassidy. I have 8 ayes, 12 nays.
Hawley's a horrible politician. That guy's just another Trump rubber stamper. And he's incompetent.
Senator Collins is a no? Okay, so I have 8 ayes, 13 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Husted.
I would like to call up Houston Amendment Number 1 to S 2658. This is an issue that was brought to my attention by constituents in Ohio. Ohio has some of the best children's hospitals and academic research institutions in the world in the bio, gene, and cell therapies. And the concern that was expressed to me that this amendment would fix is the bill lets patent infringers escape liability just because a company's FDA and PTO filings don't perfectly match. Excuse me. But those agencies do different jobs. They review different information. So, of course.
Hey, what's up, Robert? This is just like a hearing that happened the other day. Try to like passing like some legislative amendments or whatever. I don't know. Well, it's titled "Bill Cassidy Spats with Bernie Sanders During Senate Help Committee Markup Meeting." But yeah, this just happened 2 days ago.
Those differences are normal. A mismatch isn't proof of wrongdoing. It's merely just how the process works. Houston Amendment 1 makes one fix. The inconsistency has to have an actual material effect before it can avoid a patent. This will help achieve the bill's goal of driving down costs rather than
Where's Hawley from again? Hawley's from Michigan, right?
them up, and I urge a yes vote.
Does anyone wish to speak on this amendment? Senator Hassan.
The last hearing I watched, Hawley was over there trying to he's trying to rig the election just like Trump. They're trying to do that. They're trying to do that pathetic save the MAGA act because they got no support. Donald Trump's got 20% approval rating. MAGA movement's done, guys. It's over.
Yet again, this is another example of Big Pharma picking away at a bill no matter how hard we try to end a deceptive practice that they've been engaged in years. This amendment would make it possible for Big Pharma to endlessly block generic medications from reaching patients. The effect of the Houston Amendment would be to effectively remove the defense for generic companies that is provided in the bill, allowing Big Pharma to continue playing unfair patent games in order to block low-cost medications from the market. I think all of us have want to make sure that they are being accurate with their submissions to the FDA and the Patent Office. But it is critical that we pass the underlying bill without this amendment in order to help lower drug prices for patients. Because of course, if patients can't afford the things our brilliant scientists are developing, it makes the work
Does anyone else wish?
difficult.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just briefly, just
First, I
to,
want to apologize to Senator Hassan for.
No, that's fine. We're good.
Senator Hawley.
just to piggyback on that, I just want to be clear, because sometimes it's opaque when we're dealing with an area of law that's as complicated as this one, but this is the enforcement mechanism of this bill. The way that this bill works is if a generic company enters the market and they see that the pharma company has withheld information, then if pharma sues them and says, no, you can't offer your generic, they have a defense in court.
Elon Musk helped rig the last election. And by the way, ever since Ma'am Daddy won, it's just been nothing but a blue wave tsunami, just taking every seat in the House and the Senate. So come midterms, all the maggots are going to be disappearing back into the bush like Homer Simpson. It's over, guys. No more MAGA movement.
Amendment were to.
I know. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's okay. You guys got some hope. We're going to take back the House and the Senate. We'll go clean up those red states and bring back some law and order.
Defense. There wouldn't be any way to enforce the bill. It would become just a resolution. And this is what we're trying to do, is get more competition. I'm a free market guy. I love competition. We need more of it in the pharma space. We need to get these prescription drug prices down. I appreciate John's concern, Senator Husted's concern, and happy to think about ways that we can work with you going forward. But I just want to point out that if we were to adopt this, the entire enforcement mechanism of this bill would just fall away. So I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I thank Senator Husted for offering this amendment. It's important to balance transparency and disclosure to prevent gamesmanship while ensuring the confidentiality of important information remains protected. This makes changes to policy in the bill that are within the Judiciary Committee's jurisdiction. I commit to working with Senators Husted and Judiciary Committee to address these concerns. But I will support this amendment. If not adopted, I will still support final passage of the bill. The clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul,
Senator Paul is not voting.
Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski,
Not voting.
Senator Marshall,
He is yes by proxy.
Senator Scott,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville,
Yes by proxy.
Senator Banks,
Yes by, oops.
aye. Okay. Senator Husted, Senator Moody, Senator Armstrong, Senator Sanders,
No.
Senator Murray,
No by proxy.
Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator King, Senator Hassan,
No.
Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey,
No by proxy.
Senator Kim, Senator Blair Rochester, Senator Alsterbrooks, Senator Chairman Cassidy.
Senator Cassidy is an aye on the amendment.
I have 8 ayes, 13 nays.
What's that again?
8 ayes, 13 nays.
So the amendment fails. Does anyone else have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Husted, Dr. Husted? Senator Husted.
that's a promotion there from a healthcare point of view. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask to call up Husted Amendment number 2 to S 2658. So as we proceed with this, knowing that it has strong tools of enforcement in this bill, nothing in the current bill prohibits entities tied to a foreign adversary from using the defense to undermine American innovators. The Husted Amendment number 2 makes sure that no person with ties to an adversary of the United States can utilize this defense against them to infringement. Without this limitation, the bill opens up a door to subsidize China and other hostile foreign nations on the backs of the American innovator. I'm very concerned about this, using this legislation by our foreign adversaries as a tool against our innovators and the new therapies in bio, gene, and cell therapy that can come from the research going on here in America. And I urge a yes vote.
Mr. Chair, anyone else wish to speak? Senator Hassan?
I want to thank Senator Husted for this amendment. I appreciate the intention of it. We are still examining whether there are any unintended consequences to this bill and how it would actually operate, but I do not oppose the amendment. I would look forward to continuing to work with you to make sure that we get this right. And I think Senator Hall is in the same place.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanders. Just like many other products, most of the generic drugs that Americans buy are produced overseas. Big Pharma would like us to think that this amendment is about Chinese companies stealing intellectual property. Is it better for American patients if a Swiss drug company sues a Chinese generics manufacturer to keep cheaper generic drugs off the shelves? The answer is no. My colleagues want to have a conversation about revitalizing American manufacturing. Let's do it. But that's not what this amendment is about. This is about big drug companies protecting their profit margins at the expense of American patients. I urge a no vote.
I'd just like to note the amendment deals with foreign adversaries, not the Swiss.
Say that one more time.
We deal with foreign adversaries, not the Swiss, as was suggested. This is about China.
Senator Sanders has said he's a no, but would people be open to a voice vote?
Sure. Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We shall proceed. This concludes consideration of 2658. We'll now vote on final passage of today's bills. I will note that we'll not vote on final passage of S 3014 today. I'm committed to working with Senator Sanders on refining Senator Collins, or Sanders, on refining the Insulin Act moving forward. We'll now move to final passage of S 1782 as amended. I move to favorably report 1782
None of these MAGA politicians care about American people. They just care about lining their pocketbooks.
Are people open to a voice vote?
And being loyal to the orange man. They're just a bunch of butt kissers.
We can't do
What's
it. We have can't have final passage.
I can't on final passage. The clerk, can we do it?
Parliamentarian.
Can we do it on block?
You do on block.
Are people open to doing final passage on block by voice vote?
We can't do voice vote.
No.
By one vote. By one vote. Yeah, by roll call vote.
So we'll do one block of.
We'll do on block of S 1782 as amended. S 3799 as amended. S 4109 as amended. S 2339 as amended. S 4472 as amended. S 1954 as amended. S 2658 as amended. And that's it. The clerk should call the roll. I shall be voting aye.
Senator Paul?
Is it okay on the we have to maybe don't do the last vote because I think there are a few people against it.
Oh, wait. So let's I'm excluding on the recommendation of my staff, S 2658, as there might be some people voting against that. Okay? So we'll be doing en bloc for everything but that. Okay? I shall be voting aye. The clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul?
He is not voting. Not voting.
Senator Collins? Senator Murkowski?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Marshall?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Scott?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Hawley? Senator Tuberville?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Banks? Senator Houston? Senator Moody? Senator Armstrong? Senator Sanders?
Aye.
Senator Murray?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Baldwin?
Aye by proxy.
Senator Murphy? Senator King? Senator Hass?
So you know how like Bernie Sanders is pushing the whole tax the billionaires act, which I support, like tax all those billionaires. But there was a dude recently that just won the lottery. I think he won like $6 billion. It was over here too in LA County in Altadena. So some dude won a lottery ticket for $6 billion. And automatically, right off the bat, he got taxed. So I was reading the comments and somebody commented like I guess that billionaire got taxed.
Senator Hickenlooper? Senator Markey? Senator Kim? Senator Blunt Rochester? Senator Alsobrooks? Chairman Cassidy.
Aye.
I have 22 ayes, 0 nays.
The bill passes as amended. We shall now, the bill's passed. We shall now move to final passage of S 2658 as amended. I move to favorably report S 2658 as amended. The clerk shall call the roll. I shall be voting aye.
Senator Paul.
He is not voting.
Senator Collins. Senator Murkowski.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Marshall.
No by proxy.
Senator Scott.
No by proxy.
Senator Hawley. Senator Tuberville.
No by proxy. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No by proxy.
Tuberville's no by proxy.
Okay. Senator Banks. Senator Houston. Senator Moody. Senator Armstrong. Senator Sanders.
Aye.
Senator Murray.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Baldwin.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Murphy. Senator Kane. Senator Hassan. Senator Hickenlooper. Senator Markey. Senator Kim. Senator Blunt Rochester. Senator Alter-Brooks. Chairman Cassidy.
Aye.
I have 16 ayes, 6 nays.
The ayes have it. The bill passes. It will be favorably reported. I now move to authorize staff to make any required technical and conforming changes when preparing S 1782, S 3799, S 4109, S 2339, S 4472, S 1954, and S 2658. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Got it? The committee stands adjourned.
All right, so they just gavelled out. So that concludes that hearing. I mean, it's Friday night. I'm pretty awake, so I'm about to pack another bong load. And what do you guys say we continue this YouTube watch party? Watch another hearing. There was this other one that came out recently. This one right here. Let's see what this is all about.
To be able.
Here, so we can either watch this or Donald Trump speech that he did. Which I think I'd rather watch this hearing right here. All right, so this one just came out yesterday. Yeah, this one just came out yesterday. So this is titled Kari Lake Testifies at Senate Foreign Relations Committee Confirmation Hearing. I don't know who this Kari Lake woman is, but I'll take a wild guess that she's another Orange Man rubber stamper pretty much. Let's do it. Hey, thanks everyone for hanging out and hitting the like button and sharing your opinions and whatever and whatnot, criticisms, concerns, insights, information, whatever it is, or just want to hang out and say what up. Well, we got free speech over here, so just keep it cool. It's all, everyone's got their strongly worded opinions. Everyone's got those strongly worded letters, as Chuck Schumer likes to send. But all right, let's start this party. So this is hearing number 2. Let's go. I think I got to forward a little bit. Let's see. All right, this is what it's titled right here. Here, let me zoom out a little. All right, so it's titled Hearing to Consider Pending Nominees. All right, let me get to the beginning over here. Yeah, this just came out yesterday. But everyone having a good Friday night so far? Little YouTubeville watch party. I'm stuck indoors because there's this crazy fire over here in Los Angeles, and it smells pretty toxic out there. All my life in LA, gone through fires, even the fires from last year, the Palisades and the Altadena fire, the smoke that's in the air right now is worse than that. So if you're in LA County, probably best to stay indoors, in my opinion.
Do today, as usual, we welcome everyone in our audience to watch. This is not interactive. There'll be no participation from the audience. And I think those of you who are contemplating it know what's going to happen if you do. So we look forward to doing.
All right, Caleb, have a good night. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
uninterrupted, and we again appreciate people's attendance. We have today 5 nominations to consider, and we have a good panel and interest.
Hey, what's up, Kimmy? Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, man. There probably is like a compilation video of all Donald Trump's bowel movements that he does on live TV. I've personally seen like, at least like 10 of them. You know what I've noticed is everyone stands far away from him because he stinks so bad. That's why they call him Dookie Don. But you know who doesn't? Who actually likes, I think, Narco Rubio. He likes to stand by his hip. I think he likes to smell Donald Trump's stench, stinking up the country.
And we're going to proceed as I'm going to give an opening statement, a few opening remarks. I'm going to yield to Senator Shaheen to do likewise. Then we will hear from the nominees, and then we will proceed to a round of 5-minute questions from all of the members of the committee who wish.
I think it's the MAGAs that need to grow up. They're over there crying about it.
Questions. Before we do that, we have a couple of introductions. Senator Lee, I believe you have something for the good of the order.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and a great privilege for me to be here today to introduce my friend Kari Lake, who has been nominated to be the next United States ambassador to Jamaica. Ms. Lake is a true champion of truth, of accountability, of the U.S. Constitution, and of the freedoms that we all enjoy as Americans. President Trump has a clear-eyed vision for the Western Hemisphere, ensuring that American prestige and security remain strong, and remain strong in particular in this hemisphere. The key to our prosperity doesn't always lie on the other side of the world. It often is often best defended close to home in our own hemisphere. And that certainly includes the Caribbean and Jamaica, the country where she's been asked to serve as the ambassador. So we need somebody now more than ever who knows how to advance our interests.
Hey, what's up, Jenger? Hey, goodness, hope you're having a good Friday night. Are you talking about this Kari Lake character? I don't know who this is, but I'm about to find out. But you're saying that, so Kari Lake's an awful person? Anyone endorsed by Trump's pretty awful.
Articulate our values. And Kari Lake is that person, exactly that person. If you tried to design a person better suited to be the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, you could not do a better job than Kari Lake. As a leader for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, she's looked out for American interests all over the world to make sure that the U.S. government's international.
What's up, Mike? So what makes Kari, and you like Kari Lake. So it looks like Mike's team Kari Lake. So please enlighten us. What's so good about her, ?
Casting efforts actually advance our interests. She's fought for that every day. And her work in uncovering security threats at an agency, as well as rampant waste, fraud, and abuse, demonstrate how unwavering her patriotism is and her commitment to good government. She's also spent nearly 30 years in the media industry as a television news journalist and anchor. And in that capacity, she's become a very effective communicator. She knows how to get a point across succinctly, clearly, and with the appropriate emphasis that the occasion happens to require. Throughout her entire career.
Oh, all right, for sure. Yeah, that automatically disqualifies them. Another election denier. Hey, what's up, madam? Good to see you. Happy Friday night. But yeah, hopefully Blumenthal pulls up and asks these Trump loyalists who won the 2020 election.
She's received awards for her work. While she was at Fox 10 News in Arizona, she conducted several high-level one-on-one interviews with then President Barack Obama in 2016 and with President Trump in 2020. She stepped down from her position at Fox back in 2021, where She was one of the longest serving and top rated news anchors and dedicated her life and her career to public service and to media accountability. In addition to her success as a journalist and an advocate for our country, she's also a wife to Jeff Halpern and to their children, Ruby and Leo, who are with us today. I've no doubt that upon her confirmation, Ms. Lake will hit the ground running, and she's going to build on our relationship with Jamaica and do so in a way that advances American interests meaningfully and consistently, unwaveringly. So, Carrie, you have my unqualified, enthusiastic support. I know you're ready for this position. You were born for this position, and I look forward to working with you. To my colleagues, I strongly encourage you to support her nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Chairman Risch and Ranking Member Sheen. I appreciate you holding today's hearing.
Who's this guy right here? Who's the guy? Hey, who's the guy from Looney Tunes? The guy with like the shotgun. I think it was like one of Bugs Bunny's nemesis. What's that guy's name? This guy looks like a Looney Tunes character right here from like the 50s, like the old man.
It's my distinct honor to also introduce Carrie Lake, President Trump's nominee to be U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica. I've had the privilege
That's hey, YouTubeville strikes again. Elmer Fudd. I gotta rewind that. That's straight up Elmer Fudd right there.
And with you, to my colleagues, I strongly encourage you to support her nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lee.
Look at that. It's Senator Fudd.
Thank you, Chairman Risch and Ranking Member Sheen. I appreciate you holding today's hearing. It's my distinct honor to also introduce Carrie Lake, President Trump's nominee to be U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica. I've had the privilege of serving our nation myself as U.S. Ambassador to Japan during President Trump's first term, and I know firsthand what it takes to succeed as an ambassador. And in particular, I know how essential it is for an ambassador to have the president's trust. Carrie Lake has that trust. She's earned it through her courage, her dedication to the American people, her abilities as a great communicator, and her willingness to fight for the principles that make our country great. In fact, Carrie's story is a remarkable example of the American dream. She grew up in Iowa as the youngest of 9 children, the daughter of a football coach and a history teacher, in a family where nothing was handed to her and where she was taught the importance.
I think I found him. Hey, Mike just showed his true colors. Mike's one of those people with 6 teeth defending people with 8 yachts. Is that you, Mike? That is you, huh? I knew it.
And value what you have. In a large household, Carrie learned early how to speak up and hold her own, yet also to listen carefully and to nurture relationships with those closest to you. She earned her undergraduate degree at the University of Iowa and subsequently spent 3 decades as a top-rated news anchor and television journalist in Arizona. What's apparent, though, is that Carrie has the heart of a public servant. She could have easily chosen to remain in the private sector, where she built a successful, lucrative, and Emmy Award-winning career in news media. But Carrie felt a genuine calling to public service. And she's acted on that calling because she believed there were critical issues facing our country that demanded new leadership and a fresh voice. After running as a candidate for public office, she subsequently served as a political appointee in the Trump administration. At the U.S. Agency for Global Media, Carrie has helped return the agency to its statutory mission. The agency was supposed to be providing news that is, quote, consistently reliable, authoritative, accurate, objective, and comprehensive. Before her arrival, however, the agency had drifted far from that charge, with the State Department Inspector General identifying major information security and grant oversight failures that increased the risk of waste, fraud, and abuse at the agency. Through much needed reforms, Carrie has helped restore accountability, and she's put the agency back on the side of the American taxpayer. As the president's nominee to be U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica, Carrie also brings a genuine love for the island, its people, and its culture. She's deeply familiar with Jamaica, having visited the island over 40 times, and she understands the tremendous promise of the deeper strategic partnership between the United States and Jamaica. Of importance, Jamaica, as host government, will know that if she's confirmed as U.S. Ambassador, she will be a chief of mission who has a clear line of communication with the president. Carrie will bring to this post a uniquely American story, a proven ability to communicate, a deep trust and connection to the president, and the strength required to represent our nation with utmost confidence. I believe she has what it takes to be an excellent ambassador, and I therefore urge this committee to move quickly in considering Kari Lake's nomination so she can begin her important work as our next ambassador to Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hagerty. So first of all, let me say thank you to the panel for all of you willing to step forward and take on these positions. And just as importantly, thank you to your families. We all know the families play a huge role in these kind of jobs, and their support is absolutely necessary, and they will certainly assist with that. So let's get down to business. And I'm going to start, Mr. Vance, with you. The bureau you would manage is smaller than some of its intelligence counterparts. The Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research, or INR, and its staff punch well above their weight in competition with the other 17 intelligence agencies that America has. INR has a history of analytic independence and was famously the only intelligence agency to get it right on what was going to happen when Putin got into Ukraine. Every other agency gave us estimates of somewhere the war was going to last somewhere between 3 days and 3 weeks. And
I think it was like yesterday, I saw footage somewhere floating around in the internet world. I guess Zelensky attacked Russia, attacked Putin. Yeah, like shot like some kind of like a Shahi drone, they say. And you could see like the roof just going like hundreds of feet in the air. Big explosion. That's crazy. I bet you Donnie's all sad that his daddy Putin got bombed.
Said, I'm not sure of that. They were the only one of the, at that time there were only 17, but they were the only one of the 17 agencies that got that right. Today, I hope to hear how you will continue this tradition and advance the administration's security priorities. Mr. Hanrahan, as you know, the US and Europe share the world's largest economic relations.
Hey, Mike, we got free speech over here, but we don't got freedom to act a fool, and you're pretty much a clown just like Orange Man, so see you later, pal. Going to Jonestown. Sorry I have to do it, but you forced my hand. You're just an annoying mofo. All right, later, you piece of crap.
And account for 1/3 of global trade. Our security alliances and institutions, most of all NATO, which is the most successful political military alliance in the history of the world, have underpinned an unprecedented period of growth and prosperity on this planet. But the threat posed by Russia, China, and Iran working together grows clear by the day. And we need our European allies on our side to confront them. As Assistant Secretary for the Bureau for Europe and Eurasia, you will be on the front lines of defending Americans from these threats. I'm eager to hear how you will implement policy that strengthens and modernizes our relationships in Europe, particularly our security and economic relationships. Those of us on this committee deal regularly with our European allies, and you will find some interesting conversations as you go forward with our allies. It's important we maintain a good relationship with them. Ms. Lake, the United States and Jamaica maintain a robust relationship based on shared democratic values and our economic and security interests. I was glad that Jamaica decided to end its participation in Cuba's medical professionals labor trafficking and join the administration's Shield of the Americas initiative. I hope that as ambassador, you would work with this positive inertia and advance U.S. interests in Jamaica and the Caribbean more broadly. Mr. Segura, the United States has an enduring interest in a prosperous, democratic, and stable Western Hemisphere as clearly outlined in the national security and national defense strategies. I believe the most substantial threats to U.S. interests in our hemisphere are China and violent transnational criminal organizations. I deeply appreciate President Trump's actions to curb both threats in the Panama Canal, Mexico, and in Venezuela. Mr. Segura, I hope to hear from you on how you will build on this work as Assistant Secretary to the Western Hemisphere and ensure the United States can strengthen regional cooperation to advance our national interests. And finally, Mr. Bauer, as you know, the U.S. remains Belize's top trading partner and largest foreign direct investor, underscoring our long-standing bilateral relationship. I appreciate Belize's continued support for Taiwan, and I look forward to hearing from you on efforts to deepen that partnership and our partnership with this key Caribbean neighbor. Thank you again to all our nominees. And with that, I would like to turn it over to the ranking member, Senator Sheehan. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to all of our nominees this morning, to your family and supporters who are here with you. Thank you all for being willing to be considered for these positions. I think one of the real benefits that the United States has enjoyed has been its credibility. I think the credibility of this country is a strategic asset, and distrust of U.S. statements really matters. Iran, Russia.
I just made a bunch of hard-boiled eggs. Hey, hard-boiled eggs are fire. I love eating hard-boiled eggs.
I understand that. Last year, Tehran increased funding for its state broadcaster by 50%.
Who's this lady? I've never seen her before.
Every moment.
Senator Sheehan, what is she, a Democrat or a Republican?
Our adversaries were investing in the information battlefield. The United States was retreating from it, dismantling programs designed to deliver independent, fact-based news to people living.
Oh yeah, I gave Carlo a hard-boiled egg.
Authoritarian regimes.
Hopefully, I don't have to smell his gas later. We'll see.
Ms. Lake, the administration put you in charge of that effort. I have a different view than Senator Haggerty about your work.
Hey, what up, everyone? What's up, Madame? What's up, Blancas? What's up, Bastille? Jonathan, Christy, what up, everyone? What's up, Pussyfoot Productions? BME Fields? What's happening, y'all? So her name's Jeanne Sheehan, huh?
On that. You placed hundreds of employees at the U.S. Agency for Global Media.
Well, yeah, hope you guys are having a good, technically it's Saturday morning now. Having a good weekend so far. Yeah, just checking out this hearing 2 of 2 right here. We already watched the hearing before this, so we'll do a little twofer right here. Might as well, have a little YouTubeville weekend watch party. So appreciate everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions, and hitting the like button. Thank you.
Voice of America on administrative leave. You attempted to cut off funding for Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia until a court intervened. USAGM and Voice of America survived, but our adversary.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm about to pack a bong load right now. I love smoking hippie lettuce and watching these hearings. It's awesome. Especially with YouTubeville.
That chaos. Iran's Lego video campaign, mocking and humiliating the president.
Yeah, that's where you get the real news from. The Lego videos. All right, so this lady just showed her true colors. Senator Sheehan's an orange ball licker because she doesn't enjoy the Lego videos. So she's a bad guy. She's on the bad team.
Reached more than 1 billion views in just 30 days. Its purpose was not.
Hell yeah, Lego videos be getting 1 billion views per drop.
Than Iran. It was to weaken confidence in the United States. Ms. Lake, this is the information environment you may soon have to navigate as ambassador to Jamaica. If confirmed, I hope you will push back, not only by advancing the administration's message, but by contesting the narratives our adversaries are spreading throughout the region. Beijing and Moscow are investing heavily in shaping perceptions of the United States across the global south. Mr. Segura, am I pronouncing your name correctly? You have been nominated to serve as Assistant Secretary of State for.
All right. I don't know. What is this lady? Is she a Democrat or Republican? It's hard to tell with some of these people. I think it should be a law where all these politicians just right off the bat, they just got to say like, all right, my name's Senator so-and-so. I'm an orange ball licker. This is what I got to say. It's like they'll just make it easy on everyone because all everyone's got to do to make this country better is just not vote. Just don't vote for any MAGA meat riders. That's it. Country would be better.
Hemisphere. And Mr. Bauer, you have been nominated to be ambassador to Belize. Russia has trained more than 1,000 Latin American influencers to spread pro-Kremlin propaganda messaging across Latin America. And that network didn't stop operating when Maduro fell. If confirmed, I hope each of you will take these efforts seriously. Mr. Hanrahan, you've been nominated to serve as Assistant Secretary for Europe. But I think we have to ask a threshold question there. And that is, what is the portfolio that you're going to have? Ukraine peace talks are being run by Special Envoy Witkoff. The Armenian initiative is led by the policy planning staff.
Oh God, Witkoff. That guy is not even appointed by the American people, and Donald Trump's got him out there doing all these important decisions.
Bosnia.
Yeah, screw Witkoff and the horse he rode in on.
I'll see you.
And there's that other clown, Kushner. Yeah, screw Kushner and Witkoff. Those guys are pathetic clowns.
And outsourced to the White House. The threats in this region are not waiting for Washington to sort itself out. Vladimir Putin has spent years investing in far-right parties across Europe, parties that oppose Ukraine aid and want to dismantle European institutions. Ukrainian battlefield successes have complicated those influence operations, but they have not stopped Putin from exploiting our political divisions. If confirmed, I hope you will be a strong voice against Russian influence and for those governments that have stood with us and with Ukraine. And finally, Mr. Vance, you've been nominated to lead the department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. As the chairman said, INR occupies a unique role within the intelligence community. It's independent of other intelligence agencies, and it's charged with providing objective, fact-based analysis to the Secretary of State. I have concerns, given your unwillingness to affirm the basic fact that President Biden won the 2020 election. I have concerns about your commitment to that fact-based mission. You've also written that Western Europe is succumbing to what you call soft authoritarianism and have compared some European practices to the Soviet Union. If confirmed, I hope you will put aside prior views and provide Secretary Rubio with the unvarnished intelligence that he needs to operate. Again, thank you all.
Well, thank you, Senator Shaheen. Appreciate that. We're now going to hear from each of you. We're going to start with Mr. Segura. What I'd ask that you do is please keep your remarks to 5 minutes or thereabouts. If you have anything you want to add, we got lots of room in the record, so you can submit whatever you'd like for the record. But in the meantime, to give everybody a chance at questions, if you keep it to 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Segura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of the committee, it is an honor to appear before you today as the President's nominee.
All right. So Senator Sheehan's a good guy. All right, cool. Sometimes it's hard to tell these days. All right, so yeah, Senator Sheehan dropping the facts over there.
Next Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs. I'm grateful for the confidence President Trump and Secretary Rubio have placed in me at this watershed moment in our engagement with the hemisphere. I'd also like to thank my family, who in part are here today. They truly are the bedrock of my life. To my wife and partner, Cecilia, I love you and thank you for everything you do every day. I would be nothing without your support and belief. To my parents, Enrique and Alejandra, thank you for always challenging me and for setting a beautiful example of faith, hard work, and great sacrifice. It is truly through the eyes of my parents, who came to this great country with nothing more than 40 years ago, that I first came to understand the why of the United States of America. From as young as I can remember, 3 words would ring true at the Segura kitchen table: never give up. Whether it was in sports, in school, or in building companies, where there was a will, there was a way. As I reflect on my own story, of building a healthcare company to be one of the largest maternal monitoring companies in the world, to leading economic growth and international trade for the great Commonwealth of Virginia, a state that has a GDP of more than $620 billion a year. Never giving up is how we overcame seemingly impossible obstacles. I believe this administration will never give up on the hope for America and its people, and how America works with and partners.
But this guy right here that's talking, he's definitely a Trump rubber stamper since he's endorsed by Trump. Like, Trump ain't going to endorse anybody that doesn't bow down to him, to his diaper.
The Americas. President Trump's national security strategy underscores the critical importance of the Western Hemisphere. The Trump administration has set an ambitious agenda that includes securing our border, defeating narco-terrorist groups, securing critical infrastructure, and expanding economic opportunities for Americans. The national security strategy also outlines that the United States will reassert the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the...
Oh, God, the Monroe Doctrine. Trump had to, like, dig back to, like, 1830 to pull out some crap out of his butt, out of his diaper, so he could be more of a dictator.
Hemisphere, push back on the influence of global adversaries and malign actors in the region. The Trump administration is aggressively implementing this strategy with regional partners, expanding cooperation bilaterally, as well as enlisting partners in new initiatives including the Shields of the Americas Counter Cartel Coalition, and a critical minerals ministerial to build secure and resilient supply chains. As a former Virginia Secretary of Commerce, I'm particularly enthusiastic about the Trump administration's prioritization of commercial diplomacy in the Western Hemisphere. If confirmed, I look forward to employing all available tools to ensure American companies are well positioned to help our regional partners build their economies. As the national security strategy notes, an economically stronger Western Hemisphere is not only a more attractive market for American companies and investment, but increased commercial linkages will benefit both sides and reduce the space and influence of non-hemispheric actors. This will require closer coordination with the American private sector, and this coordination is a role I'm eager to embrace, drawing on my professional background as a former entrepreneur and investor. If confirmed, I look forward to leading the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs to enlist the cooperation of our regional allies, the private sector, and Congress to advance the Trump administration's ambitious agenda for the Americas. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Mr. Hanrahan.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the committee, I am honored to join you as the nominee for the position of Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasian Affairs. I appreciate the trust that President Trump and Secretary Rubio have placed in me by nominating me for this role. If confirmed, I commit to working closely with you and members of your staff as I work to implement our foreign policy. I want to start by thanking the many teachers, mentors, and colleagues that have shaped the educational and professional experiences that I will bring to this role. In particular, the teachers and coaches at Roxbury Latin in Boston, who fundamentally instilled in me the call to public service. My foremost thanks I extend to my family for their love and support, to my grandparents, who have led through the example of public service in our...
You guys ever seen that movie, They Live? It came out like in the 80s. I forget who Carpenter, I think, was a director of that, or the producer. But yeah, if you were to put on those sunglasses, this guy would turn into a bad guy right here.
And who have exemplified humility and hard work. To my 3 siblings, Mary Aiden, Grace, and Eamon, who have been my foundational support throughout my life. To my parents, Drs. Lynn and John Hanrahan, who have given me my faith in God and taught me the imperative of personal integrity and service to others. And finally, my greatest thanks and love to my wife, Lauren, who is with me here today, and our newborn son, James. I would not be here without their support. The United States stands at a critical moment in our relationship with our oldest and strongest continent of allies. I think it is important to underscore that core framing to our relationship with Europe. It is an alliance forged in a shared history and a civilizational heritage. As Secretary Rubio stated in his Munich speech earlier this year, we want Europe to be strong, and we want a strong relationship with Europe. A safer, stronger, more prosperous United States in the 21st century requires a reinvigorated relationship with Europe that can better advance our shared prosperity. Leading this work requires a seriousness of purpose and candid diplomacy. Should I be confirmed, I will bring both to our efforts. In practical terms, I will focus on 4 guiding objectives. First, keeping American citizens safe by working closely with our ambassadors and missions abroad. This is our highest and most essential goal. Second, rebalancing our relationship with Europe to better advance our core interests, the security and prosperity of American citizens. In the domain of security, this means advocating for transferring primary responsibility for conventional European defense to our allies, while simultaneously expanding the U.S. defense industrial base and co-production opportunities with NATO partners. We must press our allies to fulfill the defense investment commitments that they made at The Hague last year. Rebalancing also means enforcing a reciprocal trade and regulatory environment, especially with the European Union, one that permits a level playing field for American businesses and workers. Third, if confirmed, I will focus on promoting a peaceful, stable Europe that unlocks the economic potential of the region. I will support President Trump's efforts to secure a durable peace in the Russia-Ukraine war. I will work to solidify the significant gains from President Trump's historic peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I will work to further de-escalate other regional tensions by empowering local actors to forge local solutions. One of the key tools to advancing this peace and stability is commercial, ensuring Europe and Eurasian countries partner with the United States for their technology and energy.
What's up, Tess? Hope you're having a good Friday night. Tess wants to know where I was when Biden, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'll tell you where I was when Biden was president. I was enjoying some cheap gas prices and eating steak and lobster. Now we're over here paying outrageous gas prices and eating RFK Jr. approved liver. But anyways, hope you're having a good Friday night.
The United States has already supplanted Russia as the LNG supplier of choice, and by pushing for large-scale energy infrastructure projects to transport U.S. gas across the continent, we can further secure Europe's energy sector and support the American worker. Fourth, and finally, if confirmed, I will work with European counterparts to guard against emerging and future threats to U.S. interests. This will entail enhancing law enforcement cooperation to combat terrorist networks, organized crime, and other bad actors that have exploited unfettered mass migration to the detriment of Europe and the United States. It will also require protecting supply chains by mitigating our collective dependence on adversaries and rivals. If confirmed, I will focus on countering China's abuse of the global trade system by advocating for commercial partnerships between trusted U.S. and European firms to reinforce a secure U.S.-Europe economic partnership. I thank the chairman, ranking member, and committee for your time and the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Bauer, it's good to be with you again. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman. Ranking member, distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, thank you for the honor and privilege to appear before you today as the President's nominee to serve as United States Ambassador to Belize. I'm honored by the confidence President Trump has placed in me through his nomination. I'd like to begin by thanking God for his
In other words, this guy's going to help Donald Trump in his corruption.
and the opportunities that brought me here today. I'd like to thank my wife, Meredith, who's here with me. I'm grateful to have all 4 of my children here, Holland, Holden, Hudson, and little Andre, whose presence in my life has been a continual source of joy and perspective, as well as purpose. Additionally, I'm eternally grateful to my parents for the sacrifices they made and the values they instilled in me. Throughout my life, I've served in a variety of roles as a substitute teacher, as an entrepreneur, and as a businessman. In South Carolina, I served in the House of Representatives, the South Carolina Senate, and 2 terms as Lieutenant Governor. In each of these roles, I worked collaboratively with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to address concerns of constituents, improve government services, and bring attention to issues that had too often been overlooked. In the United States and Belize have a strong bilateral relationship. The United States is Belize's largest source of tourism, with more than 1 million Americans visiting annually.
Cool.
Additionally, more than 85,000 Belizeans live in the United States, further strengthening the close ties between our two nations. Tourism remains a vital driver of Belize's economy, supporting jobs and economic opportunity throughout the country. If confirmed, I look forward to working alongside Belizean leaders to strengthen economic ties between our nations, to support continued tourism and trade, and expand avenues of cooperation and investment. Having spent much of my career in the private sector, I understand the power of U.S. business and investment. If confirmed, I'll work to strengthen commercial ties between our two countries, creating a stable investment climate where U.S. businesses can grow and invest and also flourish and is essential to expanding opportunities for both of our countries. Belize and the United States enjoy a strong partnership in security cooperation. Belize works closely with the United States to combat counter-narcotics, trafficking, and human trafficking, as well as transnational criminal activity. The United States continues to support Belize through programs focused on counter-narcotics, border security, and criminal deterrence. If confirmed, I'll work diligently to continue supporting to promote security, stability, and safer communities for Belizeans and for American citizens. I will also work to ensure that Belize remains a reliable partner in countering risks posed by the Chinese Communist Party to him.
There's no people that are undocumented that vote. You're more likely to get struck by lightning twice than find someone undocumented that voted. In fact, there's only been like 10 cases in the last 50 years.
Prosperity. Protecting the safety and interest of the United States abroad will remain my highest priority. As we work together to address shared challenges, we must also continue to advance areas of mutual opportunity. Belize presents growing opportunities for American investment in areas including tourism and economic development that can benefit both our nations. If confirmed, I'll serve with the same work ethic, determination, and commitment that have guided me through my life and my career. I'll work to advance the interests and values of the United States while strengthening our partnership with Belize and its people. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It would be my honor of a lifetime to serve as the United States Ambassador to Belize. I thank you and I look forward to all of your questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lake? Thank you, and I'd like to start really quickly with thanking Senators Lee and Hagerty for the wonderful introduction. I really appreciate that. Chairman Risch.
All right. So this is that Carrie Lake lady. Let's see what she's all about.
Shaheen and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you as President Trump's nominee to serve as Ambassador of the United States to Jamaica. I am deeply honored that the President has put his trust in me for this position, and I'm mindful of the responsibility this role carries. I thank the President for his continued friendship and support. I also want to thank my family, and it was mentioned I'm from a big family. I'd like to thank my siblings who are watching today, Vicky, Jill, Kim, Lori, Jack, Lisa, Susan, and Jennifer. Thank you for shaping me into the woman I am today, and my parents in heaven. I'm joined today by my husband of 28 years, Jeff, who has given me unconditional love and is my rock. Also here, my daughter Ruby and son Leo. Aside from a few moments in the teen years, they have brought me nothing but joy. My favorite claim to fame is telling people that I raised you. Also here today, my future daughter-in-law, Scotty, who's celebrating a birthday, and my son-in-law, Stetson, is watching back home in Arizona. I spent 3 decades as a top-rated television journalist and news anchor communicating complex issues on national and international issues with clarity and purpose. That experience, combined with my work leading the modernization and accountability efforts at the U.S. Agency for Global Media, has prepared me to represent American interests abroad with transparency, discipline, and results-driven leadership. Over the past 35 years, I've traveled to Jamaica too many times to count. Jeff and I honeymooned in Jamaica, and from the time our kids were very little until now, we've spent family vacations, birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays in Jamaica. Yes, of course, Jamaica has beautiful beaches and mountains and waterfalls. That's a given, but it's the incredible Jamaican people whose warmth, friendliness, and deep pride in their country keeps us going back. When Jamaicans put their hearts into something, they succeed, from earning Olympic gold medals to creating.
I've been to Jamaica. Jamaica's beautiful. And the Jamaicans don't want no MAGA man. The Jamaicans don't want no MAGA man.
Musical genres like reggae to creating businesses.
She don't know what's up with Bob Marley.
Nothing can keep a Jamaican down. It's evident that God is a source of strength, guiding Jamaica through challenges and shaping the nation's character. There are more churches per square mile in Jamaica than anywhere in the world. And as a woman of faith, I really admire that. We have a shared belief that through God, all things are possible. Jamaica is one of our largest trading partners in the Caribbean, with bilateral trade in goods exceeding $3 billion in 2025. Americans account for more than 70% of the tourists visiting the island. And Jamaica is a key security partner and a founding member of the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, combating narcotics trafficking in the region. These deep economic security and personal ties are the foundation of a strong and enduring relationship. Under the Trump administration, we are renewing our focus on strengthening partnerships in the Western Hemisphere, recognizing that our neighbors are vital partners in creating mutual security and prosperity. If confirmed, I will focus on 4 priorities. First, keeping Americans safe, protecting the tens of thousands of U.S. citizens living in Jamaica, along with the roughly 2 million who visit each year, is a core responsibility. With hurricane season now underway, and after 2 devastating storms in the past 2 years, it's especially important that this role is filled soon and actively engaged to work with the Jamaican government to strengthen preparedness, improve coordination, and respond effectively to future
Hey, what's up, WTF over? How goes it?
disasters. The United States and the American people stood firmly with Jamaica during its recovery from the catastrophic Hurricane Melissa and acted with compassion and generosity. If confirmed, I will build on that commitment and ensure this critical work continues. Second, strengthening security cooperation. I will work closely with the Jamaican government to dismantle transnational criminal organizations, disrupt drug trafficking, and combat financial scams targeted at vulnerable Americans. And third, advancing American economic interest. I will advocate for U.S. businesses' work to address trade barriers, such as Jamaica's long-standing restrictions on U.S. pork exports, and promote American investment, especially as Jamaica continues to rebuild. I will work to ensure American companies can compete and succeed as we deepen our economic partnerships with Jamaica. And fourth, we must counter China's growing economic influence less than 500 miles from our shores. The Chinese Communist Party has made strategic investments across the Caribbean in ports, infrastructure, and critical sectors that carry long-term security implications. In a region this close to the United States, those efforts are not just economic, they are strategic. I will work to ensure that Jamaica continues to choose transparency, sovereignty, and partnership with the United States over dependence on actors whose interests do not align with our shared values. Jamaica's democratic traditions, strategic location, and resourceful and strong citizens make it an indispensable partner in the Caribbean. If confirmed, I will bring my work ethic, clear communication, and commitment to accountability to this role, and I will ensure that the United States Embassy proudly represents the American people with professionalism and purpose. And thank you for your consideration today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. We'll hear from Mr. Vance.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Honored to be.
Hey, what's up, Tess? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably the platform. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it's detecting all your un-American activities. Who knows? Probably need to change your ways. Just the only thing I can suggest. Or cope and cry harder. I don't know. One of the two.
For the position of Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research. I have too many people to thank to give everyone the credit they deserve for getting me to this point, but I do want to express my gratitude to the President for his confidence and to the Secretary of State for the trust he has placed in me. I would also like to thank my wife, Alessandra, for her patience and loving support over the course of my career. She is with me here today, along with my 4 children, Wyatt, Morgan, Ellis, and Mabel. I also want to thank my parents for the example they have set for me in life. My mother, a retired Dickinson County, Virginia school teacher, taught me the value of education. My father, a former coal miner turned small business owner, taught me about hard work and dedication to family. I know they are watching today from home. Finally, I would like to thank the many colleagues from across the intelligence community.
It's funny, like Mike and Tess, like I just like to troll them. Like I'll put them in a 5-minute timeout to see if they come back, see how obsessed they are and how much of a no life they got. So like they come over here spewing their rhetoric and their bogusness. I put them in a 5-minute timeout and they still come back, LOL. That just shows how pathetic they are, these MAGA cult members.
Department and the White House, who have offered encouragement throughout the nomination process. If confirmed,
it's like if I was like, first of all, I don't go like on a live stream talking crap about like, I don't go to a Trump page that's obviously like Trump ball lickers, you know. I don't go on their page and, you know, I just avoid. I'll just scroll on. These MAGA cult members are pathetic.
It would be a tremendous privilege to lead the Bureau of Intelligence and Research.
Like if there's something I don't like, I'll just go watch something else. It's not that hard.
With a proud tradition of analytic rigor, independence, and service to U.S. foreign policy. INR plays a unique and indispensable role within the intelligence community. Its officers provide objective, policy-relevant, all-source intelligence analysis and support rooted in deep expertise and an understanding of diplomacy, ensuring that policymakers receive assessments that are candid, timely, and free from political influence. At a time of increasing global competition, persistent conflict, and rapidly evolving technological challenges, the demand for high-quality intelligence has never been greater.
What's the matter if you're from Somalia?
My foremost priority would be to safeguard the integrity and independence of INR's analysis, while ensuring it continues to meet the needs of the Secretary, the Department, and Congress. I also recognize the critical importance of partnership within the Department, in the intelligence community, and with our friends and allies overseas. INR's value is magnified when it understands the department and its needs, collaborates effectively across agencies, and integrates diplomatic insight with intelligence collection and analysis. If confirmed, I would work to strengthen those relationships. Equally important is our responsibility to Congress. I am committed to transparency, timely engagement, and forthright communication. Robust oversight strengthens our intelligence institutions, and I would view my relationship with Congress as essential to the Bureau's success. Finally, I would be deeply mindful of our obligation to the dedicated public servants of INR. Their expertise, professionalism, and quiet dedication underpin the Bureau's reputation for excellence. If confirmed, I would prioritize supporting and developing this workforce, ensuring they have the tools, leadership, and trust necessary to carry out their mission. Thank you again for considering my nomination.
Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna have to deport you back to Jonestown again just because you're low IQ. Not even MAGA cult members want to see you. All right, have fun. Have fun with Jim Jones.
To your questions and to the opportunity to serve our country.
Well, thank you very much. We'll now proceed to a round of 5-minute questions by the members on the basis of first come, first serve. So with that, I was here first, I guess, so I will go first. Even if I wasn't, I'm still going to go first. I was just dumb. That's right. So, Ms. Lake, you spent time at the U.S. Agency for Global Media, and there's been a lot of discussion about the USA GM amongst members for some time. And I'd like you, if you could, to talk about your work while you were there, please.
Hey, what's up, YouTubeville? Hey, appreciate everyone that's hanging out. I don't care what anybody says about any of you guys, but I love all you guys. You guys are all awesome.
Chairman, thank you so much for that question. I appreciate it. And thank you for asking me about the work that I've done at U.S. Agency for Global Media. I'm very proud of the work that we have done there. And I am currently still in the role as Deputy CEO at the agency. The agency runs Voice of America. The agency runs Office of Cuba Broadcasting. We have several grantees. And if you ask people who work at the agency right now, they will say we're doing the best news product that we've ever done. I'm really honored today to have in the crowd Alvaro Alba. He runs our Office of Cuba Broadcasting. He's been there 28 years, started as a reporter. And even though the media reports have tried to disparage the work we've done, Alvaro would tell you that every single thing they've asked for in the effort to get news into the island of Cuba that I have provided or given him or made access to so that they could be incredible journalists covering what's happening in Cuba so that the Cuban people can hear it. The same goes for Iran as well. We're putting in an exceptional product into Iran. Even during outages when the internet was down, we were on the air 24/7. I have people that run the newsroom, the VOA newsroom, VOA Persian, who say we're doing the best coverage we've ever done. Unfortunately, the media hasn't been fair in their coverage of what we're doing. We have been modernizing the agency, and we have been making it more efficient and rooting out some of the waste. Every single media outlet across the globe has been modernized and had efficiency measures taken, except for, unfortunately, some of our government-run media. So I had the tall task that President Trump assigned me to, with an executive order, to bring this the agency to where it should be statutorily, and we are proud to say that we are operating in a statutorial fashion right now with an incredible team of journalists who are proud of the work that they're doing. We're no longer pushing anti-American sentiment, no longer pushing pro-CCP, pro-regime sentiment. We're putting out America's story and how it aligns in our foreign policy and our national security strategy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Hanrahan, you're going to find a challenge dealing with our European counterparts. The ranking member and I and other members of this committee frequently deal with our European allies. And I have to say that it's very, very mixed. You get some that are wringing their hands and talking about how bad the relationship has deteriorated, and others that have a recognition that it's time for them to step up and be much more of an equal partner than what they've been. And it's a rough patch with some people that you're going to have to navigate that. I've said over and over again that Europe and NATO and our European allies are our natural partners, our natural allies as we go through this century and confront what is going to be a real challenge from China. Even if you put our two populations together, we're still only about half of what China is. But we are much more like our European cousins than like China. And it's important that we stand together, because it's going to take that really to stand up to China as they become more and more sophisticated in their challenge to us. And they're the most likely, they're the most natural allies we have in that regard. Our values are the same. We're democracies, we're capitalists, we have a rule of law, a strong view and respect for human rights. China's 180 from that. So it's a lot easier for us to work with our European allies. Are we always going to agree? Of course not. That's never going to happen. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on the relationship and your management of that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for that question, and thank you also to all your team's time as I went through this process. I really appreciate it. I agree with your assessment completely. I think, as I noted, the intention and objective for our relationship with Europe is one in an alliance that.
Yo, what's up with this guy behind this dude? Look at him. Look at this guy. He's passed out like Trump. This guy's like drooling right here. What's up with this dude? He's suffering from that's how Trump is in press conferences. He's crashed out.
Counter shared threats, and those come from both Russia and increasingly in the 21st century, those will come from China. I think one of the key focuses for President Trump's administration is to bring that message and to be direct to our European partners that they need to step up. And inevitably, in some of those conversations, that directness creates some bumps in the road. But I think how I, if confirmed, would take that message forward is calmly and candidly to them. And I do think we're starting to see some good progress in that domain. I think in particular in China, there's really two components that we can work on. One is increasing awareness of the threats. Some of our European partners there, others still have ways to go to show them what the challenges can be. I think once we get past that, the second component is really bringing the experiences we have to think about how to calibrate expert controls, synthesizing those, how to think about putting in the right level of investment screening legislation that can create better security for the vendors they're selecting in their economies.
Thank you. It sounds like you have a good handle on the landscape there, and I wish you well as you go forward. If you can bring those things to fruition, it will be in the best interest of the United States of America. With that, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lake, I want to begin with you because, as you heard in my opening statement, I have real concerns about how you operated at USAGM. You destroyed the Farsi language broadcasting ahead of President Trump's war in Iran. You cut the Spanish language services ahead of the administration's action in Venezuela. You put over 2,000 employees.
All right, here we go, guys. Senator Sheehan calling out Kari Lake on all her BS.
Leave, paying them not to do anything for months. And when my staff asked how much that cost taxpayers, you had no idea. Well, we know that keeping those personnel out of office and on administrative leave has cost American taxpayers $139.7 million. An independent audit found that your interpretation of the so-called statutory minimum standard on staffing caused the agency to violate the law. And when my staff asked questions about these actions and invited you to meet with them, you refused to meet, and you subsequently directed your team to stop all communications with my staff on this committee. So help me understand how we're going to be able to trust you to respond to Congress concerns if you're confirmed as ambassador to Jamaica, if what you've done today.
Yeah, the whole MAGA party just sleeps on the job. It starts from the top.
It's to stonewall questions that I have on behalf of this committee.
Thank you, Ranking Member Shaheen, for the question. I appreciate your concern for the agency. It's an important agency. And as I said to the chairman, I'm really proud of the work that we are doing there. We have made ourselves available to your team. I was really happy to be able to meet with your team. I see some of them behind you right now, from your Western Hemisphere expert to Naz and Amy and Mike and Mark. They were incredibly kind and had a lot of questions about USAGM. It's a difficult task to bring an agency to statutory minimum, and I leaned heavily on career civil servants who were at the agency to help figure out what that meant. And we're actually operating at a higher level than what they suggested. I think that we needed more people to do the job, and we're working really hard to make sure we continue to be efficient. If we have not been forthcoming with our time with your committee, I will apologize for that. I know that many members of our team have met with your staff, and I can think of 3 or 4 times that we've met with them already. And if that wasn't enough, then we can work to continue our open dialogue. I know that we have reached out recently and said, where can we find some common ground here on what you need so that we're providing it in a timely fashion, and we haven't heard back. I did say that I would make myself available to meet with you, and I never got a response from your team if that was opening.
Hey, what's up, Dennis Brown? Shout out to Australia.
If you didn't hear back from us, I'm sorry that happened. I hope you will commit to provide this committee any information that's requested if you're confirmed.
Yes, I will commit to working through the State Department and their legislative affairs folks to make sure that we have an open line of communication and that whatever is needed, we can provide.
Thank you. Mr. Hanrahan, as I said in my opening statement, I am concerned about some of the decisions that are being made in other places throughout the administration. One of those areas in particular is our policy toward Bosnia-Herzegovina. The changes have been done without consultation with this committee in our efforts to raise concerns about decisions that have been made. We have had really unacceptable responses to.
Oh yeah, MAGA's on life support. That's why they're trying so hard to pass this Save the Maggot Act, which isn't going to pass whatsoever because it's unconstitutional. It's against the law.
Requests, and so I'd like to submit for the record the response that I received from the department in response to my March letter, which called on the administration to impose the sanctions that are required by the FY26 NDAA on those responsible for undermining peace and stability in the Western Balkans. And let me be clear, I believe it's unacceptable under any administration to not abide by the law. So if confirmed, when the chairman comes back, we'll ask him to submit that response for the record. But if confirmed, you commit to work within the administration to follow the law.
Thank you, Ranking Member Shaheen, for that question. Thank you also to your staff's time through this process. They've been very generous with it. Specifically on the component of the 2026 NDA related to the Western Balkan sanctions, yes, we will commit to following the law as outlined. And if confirmed, I will work with our Office of the Legal Advisor inside the State Department to work through that, and we'll be in communication with this committee as it relates to those requirements.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you're aware that despite the modest economy of the.
She's like all these MAGA Trump loyalists. They got no soul in their eyes. They're just possessed. Yeah, Carrie Lake. Yeah, that soul left her body as soon as she bowed down to the Orange Man. That's her Lord and Savior with the Trump Bible.
Under the continued direction of Milorad Dodik, it is spending millions of dollars in lobbyists and consultants to undermine the Dayton Peace Accords. One lobbying firm, which is registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, stated very blatantly that its objective was to secure the support of the United States and obtain independence from Bosnia and Herzegovina for the Republic of Srpska, they were saying. And that obviously would be in violation of the Dayton Peace Accords. So can you commit to upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement?
Senator, thank you very much for that question. As it relates to the specific contract you were describing, I can say unequivocally it is the department and administration's position that there should be no secession in Bosnia, and that we support the peace that the Dayton Peace Accords have brought. And so I think we're very clear on that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I hope you will be very clear with the multitude of lobbyists who have been hired to try and separate the Republic of Srpska from the rest of the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for holding today's hearing, and thank you to the nominees and your families for really being willing to serve and put yourself out there. So we appreciate that. Ms. Lake, it's great to see you today. Thank you for coming to meet me earlier this week. As the father of 6 spirited daughters, I can appreciate how your 8 siblings help lay the early groundwork for a role in conflict resolution and international diplomacy. So you're well schooled. There are some misconceptions regarding your candidacy in the 2022 elections and the 2024 elections, where you and I were both on the ballot. So I'd like to just give you a minute to step back and give you the opportunity to speak in the case there's anything you'd like to address as it relates to your 2022 and 2024 elections.
Can I have more than 5 minutes?
No, I don't know about that. But.
Actually, you don't want that probably, but thank you so much, Senator McCormick, for opening your schedule to me this week. I enjoyed meeting with you, and yes, in a family of 9, 8 girls, 1 boy, that I did learn diplomacy, because you have to, at the end of the day, and we didn't have a lot of means. We were pretty poor, although nobody ever told us that. We had to hop in.
Hey, what's up, shiny wizard? Yup. I'm afraid so. Carrie Lake over there is a godless Satanist pushing evil orange man crap.
sleep with our sisters. You know, we didn't have enough bedrooms, so you didn't want to take that fight or disagreement all that way to the next day. So I'm so honored to have grown up in a big family. Thank you very much. I felt that I ran incredible campaigns with the grassroots of Arizona firmly behind me. And I'm very proud of the way that I conducted myself and the way we ran those campaigns. As a newcomer to politics, I thought that this country was set up where an outsider could step into politics, but then I realized that sometimes the political class doesn't want the outsiders, but that's okay. It was a great learning experience. I fought for fair and free elections in the courts for the people of Arizona, and I'm glad.
She's got that Kristi Noem just like blank stare of just evil.
President is going to continue fighting for fair and free elections. I'm looking to the future, and what I want to do is to hone my skills. I want to take everything I've learned thus far and work at being the best diplomat and ambassador that the U.S. has ever sent to Jamaica, and I'm looking forward to that.
Very good, thank you. In your opening statement, you mentioned working with the Jamaican government to combat lottery scams that target vulnerable American victims to the tune of $300 million annually. Jamaica has struggled for years to prosecute these networks domestically. If confirmed, what practical resources or support?
AOC is a beautiful, talented woman. She actually has. She's actually one of the few that does put America first. Unlike these MAGA politicians, they're just all talk.
Would you pursue
bunch of liars and con artists? This whole Trump cabal is.
More effective cooperation between our law enforcement agencies to stop these scams?
Thank you for asking that question, Senator. I think people think, how could you get scammed out of your life savings? But there are some bad actors in Jamaica who have really honed the skill of bilking people out of their money through these lottery scams and other financial scams. And so we will work very closely with Jamaican law enforcement officials. We already have a great relationship. We'll work with our counterparts at the State Department, and we will work with local law enforcement here in the United States to make sure that we're doing it.
Well, Ilhan Omar, she's a real woman. All these MAGA cult members, are always wondering what a real woman looks like. All they got to do is just Google a picture of Ilhan Omar. And there's a real woman right there. She's way more patriotic than Melania Epstein escort Trump.
And to alert people to this problem, because I think a lot of people unsuspectingly don't even realize that they're obviously being caught up in a scam, and then prosecute people to the fullest extent of the law. And I will put pressure on the Jamaican government, if I'm confirmed, to really prosecute and take seriously these types of crimes.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Segura, the administration has prioritized going after the cartels and in the Western Hemisphere, and then pursuing a whole government approach to dismantling the narco-terrorist organizations. Key to this is enlisting our allies and partners in the Western Hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen maritime and territorial interdiction capabilities. I saw this firsthand a couple weeks ago in Colombia, where there's remarkable cooperation. If confirmed, how do you intend to use the Bureau's diplomatic tools to build sustained operational cooperation with partners that translates into real success in disrupting those narco-terrorist networks?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think this is an incredible priority for the department. It's one of my largest priorities, if confirmed as Assistant Secretary. And what's been very encouraging, especially through the President's leadership, the Secretary's leadership, is creating the space to be able to work with our partners in the region to combat these narco-terrorist organizations. And so that's going to be a huge priority of mine. And also working across the department with our different bureaus that unleash funding, different tools and resources so that we can address this scourge in the hemisphere.
Very good. Senator Murphy, I think you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lake, I heard you in response to earlier questions take credit for the programming that's going into Iran right now. And that was a little curious, given the fact that one of the early actions you took was to effectively dismantle our programming in Iran. You cut off funding for Farsi language Radio Fardi. You put the VOA Persia staff on leave, such that when the bombing campaign.
All right, so check it out. So for some reason, they cut out Chris Murphy's interrogation of this Carrie Lake. So we'll come back to this, but we'll go to a clip of Chris Murphy where he's questioning Carrie Lake because for some reason they got cut off right there. Probably the maggots couldn't handle the truth or something. All right, let me go try to find it. Let me see here. All right, we'll go back to that. Let me see if I can find Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy. Let me see. All right, here it is right here.
I think you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lake, I heard you in response to earlier questions take credit for the programming that's going into Iran right now. And that was a little curious given the fact that one of the early actions you took was to effectively dismantle our programming in Iran. You cut off funding for Farsi language Radio Fardi. You put the VOA Persia staff on leave, such that when the bombing campaign began last summer, we had really no ability to be able to send any message into Iran. In fact, you were able to broadcast 75 minutes of content in a 72-hour period at the very moment when it would probably be very important for the United States to be able to broadcast a message there. So I heard you take credit for the current amount of programming in Iran. Was your decision to dismantle Radio Farsi and Radio Farda and the VOA Persia staff a mistake?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Murphy. I appreciate it. RFE is who runs Radio Fardi. We run VOA Persia, and it is very much alive and well. We had great coverage. We went into surge mode when the attack happened, and we immediately brought in a huge team of folks to cover it. We actually covered the president's speech live with live translation so that the people of Iran could hear.
But just to be clear, I'm not asking you to tell me what is happening now. And what I'm asking you, why did you fire or put on leave all of the VOA Persia staff? Why were we in a position where we had to reconstitute all of that? Do you concede that that was a mistake?
I don't think it was a mistake. I think that we were bringing things to statutory minimum, which is what the executive order mandated for us to do. And we had a small staff, but the minute this happened, we immediately surged and brought more people in. They call it breaking news mode. And anybody who works in journalism understands that you have a kind of a homeostasis level. And then when news breaks, you jump in.
So when this crisis passes, you will bring that staff back down to statutory minimums?
No, I think we're always assessing and reassessing and making sure that we're running things smoothly. But I listen to the folks in VOA. I don't run VOA. I work at the agency level, and I listen to the professionals there to what they need. And I think I know there are people here in this room who work at VOA who would tell you that every single thing they have asked for, we have provided.
Well, that's absolutely not true. That staff protested the devastating cuts. It was a mistake to dismantle our information operations in Iran, and your inability to concede that was a mistake suggests that we have not learned lessons, and perhaps when this crisis is gone, we will want
Every single MAGA politician is a mistake.
reduce staff there. There was this very specific issue where staff were requesting access to U.S. transmitters in Kuwait that were necessary in order to broadcast into Iran. And you denied them access to use those transmitters, finally giving them access to one frequency when they needed multiple frequencies. You said that it was because the transmitters were down, that they were inoperable. That doesn't seem to be true. It seems, in fact, from all reports that those transmitters were available, and you were simply making a decision to limit the amount of capacity we had to broadcast into Iran. And you seem to have walked back your contentions that those transmitters were down. It seems like you weren't telling the truth. Can you tell us now whether those transmitters were actually inoperable or whether you were actually actively denying the ability for our staff who do this work to transmit information into Iran?
Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. First of all, we've given all funding to Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia. Every grantee that Radio Free Europe is the one that operates.
Yeah, I don't know, Tess. I like everyone in here talking, but I don't know. Sometimes it's like if I feel like they're like low IQ, low vibrational, or I don't know, just something about it. Like Tess, like they're just spamming. First of all, they're just spamming their point across. And it was just, I don't know, it just got annoying. So I just sent them back to Jonestown. They can come back in 5 minutes if they want, but sometimes some people are just like annoying. I ain't trying to mess with that shit.
Farda rather, and we've given them every single.
But talk to me about this. This is a very specific issue where there was a major problem because we weren't able to broadcast into Iran because you had denied access to these transmitters. You said it was because they were inoperable. They were not inoperable, correct?
We have had repairs done on them, so it could have been at a time when there were repairs done, but we weren't denying them.
You were definitive. You said that this was not a decision to deny them access, that they were inoperable. I mean, this committee can find the answer to this question pretty easily. You're always doing repairs on transmitters. Those transmitters were not inoperable, correct?
I will have to look into that. I don't know.
Well, but you stated on the record that they were inoperable, whereas your staff contended that you were denying them access to the transmitters in order to limit the amount of information in Iran.
Radio Farda was doing a product and VOA Persia was doing a product, and we were using the 24 hours we had to put VOA, which is a government-owned entity, out on the airwaves in Iran. And you know, we have only 24 hours in the day. Unfortunately, sometimes I wish we had more, but we chose to put VOA.
I'm well over my time. I think your limitation of our ability to transmit information to Iran was egregious. It's made more egregious by the fact that you were not telling the truth about what was happening behind the scenes to limit our ability to tell an American story in Iran. And I will follow up for the record on this question of whether you were telling the truth about those transmitters being inoperable. Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
All right, so let's go back to the other hearing, because for some reason on the full hearing, like Chris Murphy's got frozen out.
Your decision to dismantle.
Looks like they had some kind of technical difficulty, but we watched it already, so we'll forward it past this Chris Murphy right here. Gotta go watch like another clip of this. All right, here we go. They must have had like a technical difficulty on their live stream, where Chris Murphy was spitting too many facts, and the MAGA snowflake politicians probably had to throw like a signal jammer or something.
Help provide. They brought down.
I'm open the door to you to.
Yeah, that shit's messed up.
Name, not his father's name.
What the hell? Tim Kaine too?
I don't believe my charge was wrong.
Oh man, I want to watch the Tim Kaine segment now. All right, let's go find the Tim Kaine. And they must have had, because that's like a live stream that happened yesterday. So they must have had some technical difficulties. Let's go find the Tim Kaine, Carrie Lake segment. Give me a second. Let's see, how can I find this? Tim Kaine. There we go. All right, let's see if it pops up. Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lake, in response to a question from Senator McCormick, you said that you were proud of the way you ran your campaigns in 2022 and 2024. When I asked you a question on September 27, 2024, you gave a TV interview about your opponent, then House member, now our colleague, Senator Gallego, in which you said he is, quote, controlled by the cartels. His own father was a Colombian drug trafficker, and so he's got links to the cartel. A PolitiFact article on October 3, a few days later, rated that pants on fire. And the title of the article, and I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chair, is In Arizona Senate Race, Carrie Lake Fabricates Link Between Ruben Gallego and Drug Cartels. Now, this is pretty undiplomatic behavior. And just for my colleagues, I hope you might read this. Ruben, our colleague, has written a memoir about his very troubled upbringing and about the fact that he was abandoned by his father, who then did get into criminal trouble. He was abandoned by his father. He had to be raised by his mother. He was so furious at his father that he changed his last name to be his mother's maiden name, not his father's name. He talks about graduating from boot camp as a Marine, and after years of abandonment, his dad tried to show up and take credit for his own graduation from Marine boot camp. And he writes about how furious that made him and still makes him. He writes about how ashamed he is of his father, how angry he is at his father. Abandonment by a father is one of the most seminal tragedies of life. I mean, go back to the biblical phrase, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? This is not something to fool around with. Ms. Lake accused one of our sitting colleagues of being controlled by the cartels. You had no evidence then, nor do you have any evidence now, that our colleague Senator Gallego is controlled by cartels, do you, Ms. Lake?
Well, we provided the receipts. The father was a high-level drug trafficker, trafficking hundreds of thousands.
You said that Ruben Gallego was controlled by the cartels. You provided no evidence. This was rated pants on fire, a lie. You had no evidence then, and you have no evidence now that Ruben Gallego is controlled by cartels. Isn't that right?
I thank you for the question, Senator Kaine. I do appreciate it. I don't know, and I'm not here to do reputational control or reputational.
How about an apology to our colleague? If you made that claim he was controlled by cartels, and now you're saying you don't know what the facts are, then you're acknowledging that your charge was wrong.
Oh yeah, all these MAGA politicians are nothing but gaslighters and liars.
Apologizing to our colleague.
I don't believe my charge was wrong. Ruben Gallego's father is a high-level.
That's not the question I asked you.
He was a felon.
That's not the question. You asserted he was controlled by cartels. You had no evidence then. You have no evidence now. You're unwilling to admit it. And here's something that's even worse, Mr. Chair. That was during the heat of a campaign. Sometimes we say things during campaigns that we go too far. She's continued to repeat this as a sitting member of the Trump administration. A couple months ago, Ruben Gallego put out a tweet against the invasion of Venezuela. He didn't mention Ms. Lake. He just said he was against it.
Yeah, Nick Shirley probably takes puberty blockers.
And she, at 2:35 in the morning, the following day responded, "You are a member of a Mexican cartel family. You are also a fraud. No one is surprised by your take." She's continuing to repeat a lie. She just told the committee she has no idea whether it's true or false, but she was glad to say it and she won't retract it now. That should be disqualifying. Mr. Segar, I got a question for you. your role is not only to be the assistant secretary for which you're nominated, but also to be key on the Inter-American Foundation. That is a congressionally established foundation. It has sustained robust bipartisan support in the FY26 approach bill. Will you abide by the law which states, quote, "The foundation shall have perpetual succession unless sooner dissolved by Congress, and commit to us not to take any action to dismantle or imperil the work of the foundation unless dissolved by Congress?"
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And also, I just want to commend the work you did as a missionary in Honduras. I also was a missionary in Latin America. And so it's a beautiful thing to do. As it relates to your question, I will.
All right, so that was the Tim Kaine segment of that hearing. Let's go back to that hearing and see if we can go forward past Tim Kaine.
Which was wrong.
See if it gets better.
With the CCP or CCP controlled company, oftentimes.
All right, I think it got better.
Senator.
And partisan support
All right.
in the FY26 approach bill. Will you abide by the law which states, quote, "The foundation shall have perpetual succession unless sooner dissolved by Congress"?
All right, so and there's about a half hour left, so we'll ride this to the end.
And commit to us not to take any action to dismantle or imperil the work of the foundation unless dissolved by Congress.
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And also, I just want to commend the work you did as a missionary in Honduras. I also was a missionary in Latin America. And so it's a beautiful thing to do. As it relates to your question, I will follow all laws, Senator.
And so that particular law, that the foundation will have perpetual accession unless sooner dissolved by Congress, is one you will follow.
Like I mentioned earlier, I will follow all laws.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lake, what can you tell us about your take on the best way to help Jamaica? As ambassador confirmed, you intend to focus more on aid or on lifting trade burdens, on increasing economic opportunities for the island?
Thank you, Senator Lee, for that question. I think it's if confirmed, we're going to look at everything. We're going to hit the ground running and look at ways to expand American business opportunities and try to level the playing field, because right now, as we know, when we're competing with for a contract or a tender with the CCP or CCP controlled company, oftentimes they'll underbid the United States. We want to make sure that we're working with Jamaica to make sure that there's a level playing field so that American businesses have a real shot to do great work. We know that we provide better quality work. We hire Jamaicans, and we want to make sure that we're assisting and also allowing for American companies to expand. I think there's big companies that could help right now. There's a huge need as they're rebuilding after this Category 5, which devastated especially the southern and western part of the island. And if we don't take an active approach to getting American companies in to bid and get some of these big purchases and big jobs, we're going to see the vacuum filled by more Chinese influence in that country. And that's concerning to me. I think
All right, guys, I think I just raised the IQ of the chat by like 100 points because I just deported some MAGA orange ball lickers back to Jonestown.
To both sides of the aisle when it comes to what China has done and their influence so close to home.
We've seen that all over this hemisphere, in many parts of Central and South America. China getting footholds, putting a base in Argentina, for example, a lot of increased ties with Brazil, with the current government in Colombia, just to name a few. I would imagine that adding Jamaica to the list, securing significant foothold in Jamaica would be a huge feather in the cap for the CCP folk who really want a massive inroad at the doorstep of continental United States of America. What do you think that is the best antidote to that, and how can you work with the Jamaican government to discourage that from happening?
Yes, right now the Chinese have a massive stake in one of the key ports in Kingston. I think they have 49% control over it. And that puts us at risk. And so we need to rebalance things and work with the Jamaican government on that. And, not just big businesses, there's small businesses as well. I love this story. We all know that Jamaica has incredible athletes. They dominate in track and field and in gold medals. The fastest man in the world, Usain Bolt. We all watch to see Wow the World. But they're one of the only tropical climates that also has a winter Olympic team in their bobsled. And actually, a company in Utah, backcountry, does the outfitting for that team, the Jamaican bobsled team, which I think is very cool. We definitely want big projects, but we want to encourage all kinds of American businesses to invest in Jamaica and Jamaicans to invest in America as well. You can buy a lot of things in Jamaica. You can show up and not have swim trunks, and you can purchase those. You can purchase beach towels, whatever you need, shorts and shirts, but you cannot purchase winter parkas in Jamaica.
I would imagine it would have limited utility in Jamaica.
It would. You just don't need it. So I think there's a real opportunity to work with our partners, our neighbors. Jamaica, an incredible country, and I'm looking forward to it.
There's a growing sense that gang violence is becoming more of a problem throughout the Caribbean. And the growing concern that some of this is a spillover effect from Haiti, which has been really had a big problem with gang violence. Any thoughts on how best the United States can work with Jamaica in order to bring that problem under control?
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for mentioning Haiti. I know that not only is the United States taking an active role with the gang suppression force down there, but Jamaica is as well. Jamaica has some very talented individuals that are on the ground. I think the second in command, from what I understand, in this gang suppression activity that's happening and the work to stabilize Haiti is a Jamaican. So it's in Jamaica's interest, it's in the United States' interest, it's really in the Caribbean interest to make sure that we can solve some of the serious problems in Haiti, and we'll be focusing on that if confirmed.
Remind me again, you and I have talked about this in the past, and you may have talked about it more while I stepped out to vote. You've had this ongoing relationship with Jamaica. I haven't met many ambassadorial nominees who have been to that country nearly as many times as you have. Tell me how that came about. Remind me why you feel so strongly about this country.
Well, growing up in Iowa, I never had a chance to do vacation in a big family. If we did vacation, it was camping somewhere with a short drive, or going to visit grandparents.
As one of 7 children, I know that really
yes, well. The car trips were an experience, especially with 9 car sick kids. So the first time I got to see the ocean, I saved money and flew to Jamaica. It was the first ocean I ever saw. I got spoiled. That's a great ocean to see, the Caribbean Ocean. And we just kept going back. It's a great, the beaches are great. My family and I, our kids are big swimmers. We like to swim in the ocean. We like to cliff jump, and there's some great cliff jumping in Westmoreland Parish. But mostly we just love the people. There's a feeling you get when you're in Jamaica, the spirit of the people. They love their country. They're so proud to be Jamaican. It reminds me of the patriotic pride I carry in my heart for this great country, America, where our opportunities are so great. And I'm glad to see that things are looking up. I know that as they continue to rebuild after this devastating, catastrophic hurricane, I think they're going to pull themselves out of this, and bright days are ahead for Jamaica.
Well, they are indeed, especially after we get you confirmed. I wish you well. You're going to do very well in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, thank each of you for your willingness to serve. Congratulations on your nominations, and I look forward to when you all get through this whole process. I hope you've enjoyed your day so far. Mr. Segura, Latin America, it's a big deal for...
Oh, God, this guy's a major slime baller right here.
So if we want to unlock Venezuela's economic potential and attract the level of foreign investment needed for a true recovery, that cannot happen on the back of a still entrenched corrupt regime. Any serious stabilization, recovery, and transition plan has to be accompanied by the full release of political prisoners, which hasn't happened, a genuine restoration of the rule of law and independent courts. Credible elections allow Venezuelans to choose the leaders freely. Without those basic political and legal foundations, the country's future will always be held back by the same corrupt people and structures that brought Venezuela to the state it's in now. After all, everyone who abused the Venezuelan people for decades, stole the property of U.S. citizens and kidnapped them, unfortunately is still in power, comfortably in power. I know the administration, and I've talked to the president, I've talked to Secretary Rubio, they clearly understand the difficulty of moving to democracy. So can you talk about how you think about this and how we're going to get to free and fair elections and a complete change in the trajectory for Venezuelans?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question and also for spending time with me a couple weeks ago. I really enjoyed our meeting. As it relates to Venezuela, the Secretary, and I agree with his strategy and approach, has been very clear that we've got to get to democratically held elections. There's a process. There's a 3-step process that we're going through. Stabilization, recovery, and reconciliation, and then transition. And so I've been very encouraged to see that in the second stage that the Secretary has mentioned we're in right now, we're seeing the release of political prisoners in Venezuela. We have to continue to pressure the interim government to kind of release all political prisoners, not just some, and to obviously get to the point where they can have that last step of transition and elections.
Thank you. Mr. Hanrahan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has now lasted longer than World War I. I think this is one of the greatest political or foreign policy blunders of recent memory. Hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers have been killed for minimal territorial gains, while Russia's state spending is on an unsustainable path. This year's Victory Day parade in Moscow, scaled back and overshadowed by record Ukrainian drone attacks and strikes inside Russia, underscores just how Ukraine is now bringing the war to Russian territory through its drone technology and expanding domestic manufacturing capacity. I think this year it's anticipated they're going to build 5 million drones. As Assistant Secretary for European and Eurasian Affairs, how will you ensure that the United States is absorbing the key lessons of this conflict about drone and defense innovation, sanctions, economic pressure, and long-term deterrence?
Senator, thank you very much for that question. I would just state at the outset that certainly ending the war in Ukraine through a negotiated settlement.
Oh yeah, I listened to Michelle Obama's speech yesterday, and she specifically called out Waffle Jackson. She's like, and Waffle Jackson, I'm going after you for defaming me. And lastly, Melania Trump is an Epstein escort.
One of the key focuses for President Trump in Europe, and if confirmed, I will engage in that vigorously. To the specific question on the evolution of warfare and the lessons learned from that, certainly, as you note, drone technology, the production of Ukraine, in that those technologies has evolved rapidly. As I've been briefed, the Pentagon is currently in discussions pursuing the drone deal to try to indigenize some of the technologies that they have developed in Ukraine, which I think can greatly benefit the United States. Prosecution of
what's up, Eric
warfare, and is well suited to the support that we have provided Ukraine. I think one of the other good evolutions that President Trump has led in this war is evolving the way that we support the Ukrainians, specifically by getting Europe to pay their fair share, in particular through the Pearl program. NATO allies are stepping up. They are paying for U.S. weapons and munitions to be delivered to Ukraine, and look forward to continuing that program, which I think has been a good benefit and evolution of the way that we support that conflict.
Thank you. Mr. Vance, Americans are safer because of the intelligence we share every day with our close allies. Through Five Eyes with the UK, Canada, Australia, they give us real-time insight on terrorism, cyber threats, and hostile state activity. Can you talk a little bit about how important these relationships are to what you will be doing in this role?
Senator, thank you very much for the question. In the course of my intelligence community career, of course, I started in 2002 with the National Security Agency, where we worked extremely closely with our second party and third party partners. Throughout my career, I've seen the value, the way that our allies can be force magnifiers for us. Sometimes just the geography, state being in a position to facilitate collection against target countries can be extremely powerful, but also the unique regional insights. For example, our Australian partners provide us with tremendous insights into Southeast Asia. Should I be confirmed to the role of INR Assistant Secretary, I would bring that appreciation for how those partnerships can magnify our capabilities both in the collection space as well as in the analysis space.
Thanks. Thank each of you for willingness to serve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's great to be with all of you today. And Ms. Lake, as you know, I've enjoyed getting to know you better. If I'm honest, I knew you from your persona, and you and I had really never met. And I've spent a lot of time trying to get to know the real Kari Lake. And I'm grateful for the visit you made to my office and for the chance that we've had to talk about a number of issues. So I'm so much satisfied on all those questions. I would like to turn my attention today to Jamaica and particularly China. We've heard today about drugs, about gangs, but also equally concerning to me is China and their relationship in Jamaica. The Chinese ambassador in Jamaica said in May that President Xi Jinping emphasized that Jamaica is a strategic partner of China. What's your assessment of China's strategic objectives in Jamaica, and really what are their true motives there?
Thank you, Senator Curtis. And yes, thank you for the time that you afforded me in your office. I enjoyed getting to know you as well. I had never met you before, and I sometimes had friends who lived there as well. So thank you so much. I think I'm learning a lot more about it. I don't know as much as you, and I appreciate your service on the Western Hemisphere Committee as the chairman. And we talked a little bit about it, but there's massive concerns, not just from their strategy of taking a huge section of the ports, but also when you look at the 5G and the telecom with Huawei expanding, it's very concerning what could happen. You know, there's always strings attached with China. And the question is, do you want all of the information going through Huawei, where you all of a sudden would have that information being trickled back to the CCP and China? There are massive concerns, and as this need right now to rebuild has created a lot of opportunity for companies to come in, I'd rather see, and I know you would and everybody here, American companies coming in to assist, not the continued increase of Chinese companies.
So speaking of that, as you know, the Chinese firm won a major contract for the Kingston port expansion in 2025. What questions should the U.S. be asking about data access, port resilience, logistics, and dual-use risks?
When it comes to ports or when it comes to telecom?
Well, in this case, specifically the port.
The port. From what I've been briefed on, some of the concerns are when they're controlling and seeing everything that's coming in, it puts at a great risk for our security. When they have access and control over everything coming into the country, there are huge risks. And I think the Department of War is probably looking closely at that. I'm looking forward to getting more briefings on this. As you know, everything I've been briefed on is what's publicly available. And as I learn more, I'd be happy to meet with you, or if you want to share concerns, I'd be happy to listen in.
You have a unique background in communications. How can you use that background to work with Jamaica and help them see exactly what comes with the Chinese relationship versus the U.S. relationship?
A lot of, if you're not putting out your story, somebody else is. And the Americans have done such great work with our partners in Jamaica. They're our neighbors. We have a great relationship. We're culturally more similar than China is with Jamaica. And we need to tell the people what we're doing. We were on the ground in massive numbers after the hurricane. The U.S. military put out 133 flights in the hours after the hurricane struck. And we brought in almost 500, I think 480 some humanitarian and relief workers. We brought in search and rescue crews, heavy equipment to move debris off of roads. There were entire communities that were cut off. And sadly, many deaths, 45 deaths and many, many others were hurt. 250,000 people were displaced and needed housing. America was there. We need to tell that story. We will continue to be there, but we cannot continue to watch as China makes huge moves right here in our front yard.
If you're confirmed, I would love to see you use all that expertise and talent to get that story out and help the United States get the credit and make sure that the blinders are off on China. I'm out of time and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Curtis. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to each of the nominees. Thank you for your service. Mr. Segura.
Oh, God.
I want to talk about a foreign policy issue that is critical to my home state.
This pathetic loser, Ted Cancun Cruz.
In 1944, the United States and Mexico signed a treaty governing shared water resources. Under that agreement, Mexico is required to deliver 1.75 million acre feet of water every 5 years, which works out to about 350,000 acre feet each year. For years, for the entirety of the Biden administration, Mexico has failed to meet those obligations. That has exacerbated the water crisis in Texas, and it's put farmers and ranchers and communities in South Texas at very serious risk. I've repeatedly pressed Mexico to deliver the water it owes under the treaty and have authored legislation to hold Mexico accountable for failing to do so. Fortunately, the inaction from the State Department that we saw under Biden changed dramatically with President Trump's being elected. And I've worked hand in hand with President Trump to ensure that South Texas gets the water that Mexico owes it. As a result of the president's leadership, Texas has received more water already than it did under the previous administration. However, Mexico still owes us over 600,000 acre feet of water from prior commitments. Its most recent delivery of 202,000 acre feet came weeks after the March 31st deadline. I want your commitment here today that if confirmed, you're prepared to take whatever steps are necessary against Mexico to ensure that Mexico stays current on its deliveries and pays back the water that they owe to Texas.
Thank you for the question, Senator, and also for making your staff available to me. Last week, I really enjoyed meeting with them. And I have to say the best decision that I ever made in my life was to marry someone from your great state. So,
amen.
I just wanted to say that. But in terms of...
And that's some damn fine ass kissery too.
So in terms of the water issue,
what a bunch of weirdos.
Briefed as much as possible without being in the seat. I actually, if confirmed, would love to come visit your state, hopefully with you, to see the real impacts of the Mexican deficit that's accrued. As you mentioned, in the last year, we've gotten more water to Texan farmers than the last 4 years under the previous administration. So I know the State Department is making good progress, but we've got to hold Mexico accountable, and I'm committed to doing that.
Well, and you can see the very real consequences with the drought in South Texas. We have farmers who are taking, in many instances, half of their land out of production because they don't have the water. They're laying off workers. In 2024, the only sugar mill in Texas closed because there was not enough water to produce the crop. And Mexico is diverting that water to northern Mexico, and the farms in northern Mexico are lush and verdant and awash with water. And so I am grateful for the State Department's assistance and for the president directly. He has engaged directly on this issue multiple times, which is what produced action from Mexico finally honoring its treaty commitment. So I look forward to working closely with you. Let's shift to another topic. Well, we're on the topic of Mexico. I want to talk about the threat posed by Mexican drug cartels. Texans are on the front line suffering the consequences of runaway policies in Mexico City. Vicious cartels run rampant in Mexico, further fueling American deaths. These cartels are sophisticated transnational criminal organizations that control territory, that move billions of dollars in illicit revenue, and operate with capabilities that rival those of some state actors. They should be treated as the threat that they are. Last summer, when I traveled down on a Codel to Mexico, I pressed Mexican officials on this issue. And
Yeah, last summer when you left your constituents in devastation and you went and had some margaritas.
President Trump's message that all options are on the table against these cartels. Do you share President Trump's commitment to eliminating these organizations? And does that commitment include potentially using military force if necessary?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And to your point, under this president's leadership, the dynamic has completely changed. We've done things that folks have been trying to do for a long time. For example, designating the cartels as FTOs. That gives us a lot more tools at our disposal to go after these organizations. And so 100%, we have to
Well, I'm helping people out a lot more than Ted Cruz is. At least I'm over here reforming and saving the maggots out there that are brainwashed and suffering from Stockholm syndrome because they're blinded by Dookie Don's diaper smell.
Tool available to us to go after the cartels. And if confirmed, I look forward to working with you, the committee, to do that.
Terrific, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Segura, if confirmed, would you agree that part of the goal of someone in your position would be to encourage other countries in the Western Hemisphere to respect human rights and political rights?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator, and yes to your question.
So I do want to raise the situation in El Salvador because over 4 years ago, President Bukele initiated a 30-day state of exception. This was a state of emergency where they suspended certain constitutional rights, like the right of free assembly, like the rights of due process, like the right to access to legal counsel, for a good purpose, which was to crack down on gang violence. But here's the thing. He said it was going to be 30 days. It's now over 4 years. And by many credible reports, the prisons are filled with people who are not gang members, but people who were swept up in this state of exception. And they've used this state of exception to silence dissent, detaining political opponents, anti-corruption advocates.
Hey, what's up, Eric Klein? To answer your question, I have no idea, but I know one thing's for sure, is the YMCA song's involved somehow.
Defenders. There was a very credible report in March of this year by Salvadorian Human Rights Organization that said that more than 500 people had died in state custody under this so-called state of exception. And so my question to you is pretty straightforward. Will you work with us, if confirmed, to address some of these human rights abuses in El Salvador?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. And we obviously have a bilateral relationship with the Salvadorians, a very productive one, in countering cartels, narco traffickers, the security situation. And so I can commit to working with the committee on a whole host of issues with El Salvador, including certain allegations or other information, and I can commit to that.
I didn't really hear a clear answer to whether or not you would work with this committee to ensure better compliance, the government of El Salvador, with respect to human rights. You mentioned the bilateral relationship, and of course that bilateral relationship includes the fact that the government of El Salvador colluded with this administration to take and hold people in violation of their constitutional rights. In fact, the government of El Salvador has been very open that we paid them money and they took these individuals without looking any deeper into the allegations against them. So yes, we have a bilateral relationship. We have bilateral relationships with lots of countries. But my question to you is more specific, which is, will you work with us to encourage the government of El Salvador to respect human rights and political rights?
Senator, like I mentioned, this is a big priority of mine, and so I will work with the committee.
Got it. So there are some U.S. citizens that have been swept up, apparently, and our goal is just to make sure that they have a fair hearing and a fair opportunity with respect to due process. Would you agree that the State Department has no higher priority than protecting the safety and security of U.S. citizens abroad?
Of course, that's a very important priority, Senator.
So can you work with us to ensure that these U.S. citizens who are detained receive the due process that we would expect the government to provide them?
So I'm not in the Bureau right now, so I don't have details, facts, circumstances. And I believe that there's current litigation in a lot of these cases, and the department doesn't comment on those. So I can follow up with the committee once in the seat. And I look forward to doing that.
Let me raise one last case. This is not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, the only thing Keg's Breath is taking care of is the liquor cabinet.
The case of Ruth Lopez. She's an anti-corruption lawyer. I've met with her before. I recently met with her husband because she's been detained without, by the government on sort of. We don't even know exactly what the charges are, but they're clearly political charges. She's clearly a political prisoner. Would you work with us to seek to secure the release of political prisoners in El Salvador?
So, Senator, I can commit to working with the committee. I haven't been briefed on, it was Ms. Lopez, was
yes,
it?
Ruth
Okay,
Lopez.
yeah, so I haven't been committed on or briefed on this issue, the facts, the circumstances, but this is a big role of mine, if confirmed, is to come in front of this committee and work with the committee. So I can definitely do that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a final question that I would like to ask you, Mr. Segura, because one of the things that I am concerned about, and actually I should back up because I was quite pleased to hear almost all of you talk about your concerns with respect to China and the inroads that China is making, particularly in Latin America. And one of the things that the minority members of this committee produced a year ago and have in the last month put out a second version of is an analysis of what is happening with China post the elimination of USAID and many of the programs that we've had that have been helpful in operating in Latin America. And what the report is called is The Price of Retreat, America Cedes Global Leadership to China. And it points out that in our hemisphere, countries are rapidly looking to diversify.
I find them on Forbes, most of them, but they don't really like pop up. I kind of got to search for them. They're like in the cut.
Relationships with the United States, they're deepening their engagement with China.
And usually I don't even know what I'm looking for. All I know is I'm looking for a hearing, so I just kind of like go on their page and just scroll. But sometimes you got to scroll way back to find them.
Right now, we have 16 of 26 ambassadorial posts in the Western Hemisphere that are still vacant.
Just because they upload like a ton of videos every day, like a lot of clips. So they get caught in the mix. But this one just came out yesterday, so I only like to watch like the fresh hearings, So yeah, this one's from June 18th.
Hopefully, if members of this panel get confirmed, that will reduce that number by a couple. But it still indicates that we have challenges there. So given that much of what we have used in the past to many of the incentives, many of the options that we've used to work with countries are no longer available, how do you see closing that gap with China and addressing the challenges that we have throughout the Western Hemisphere?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator. To your point, the Chinese have infiltrated the Western Hemisphere. They have either controlling interests or large minority interests in a lot of critical infrastructure. They practice predatory.
Donald Trump is selling farmland to the Chinese.
To the point where challenges at times possibly sovereignty of a lot of our partners in the hemisphere. And so this is definitely one of the top areas that, if confirmed, I plan to work on. A lot of the challenges that at least from conversations that I've had and things that I've read, a lot of the challenges that seem to happen is American companies, there was a time where American companies weren't showing up. And so a big part of the restructure under the Secretary's leadership that I commend is the fact that we are leading with commercial diplomacy. Our posts in these different countries are identifying tenders. They're working with their counterparts in these countries, and they're identifying opportunities where America can bid on projects, can be a partner on projects. And so that's definitely going to be a huge part of what I hope to focus on if confirmed.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's easier to do that when we actually have ambassadors in place in those countries, and when we also have commercial attaches.
I'm surprised Trump's even trying to put in some ambassadors, because I heard there's over 100 empty seats across the world. This guy's like this regime's like the worst in diplomacy.
There who can address the commerce aspect of it. And those are some of the positions that right now are vacant, that we just don't have the ability to compete. So I hope you learn what you're seeing in Latin America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Thank you to our panel and all of you for willing to serve and for your families to assist in that regard. And as we close the hearing, I'm going to order that any letters of support or otherwise the committee has received will be included in the record. I'll also note for the information of members that the record will be open until close.
That would be cool, pretty cool to be an ambassador to like Thailand.
Monday, June 22nd, including for members to submit questions for the record. If you get one of those, I hope you'll answer it quickly. It'll help you as much as us. And with that, the thanks to the committee, and the committee is adjourned.
All right, so they gavelled out. I don't know. I guess the night's still young, or the morning's still young. What is it? 3:10 a.m. over here in Los Angeles, over here Pacific Standard Time. Kind of want to check out the Donald Trump speech that he did today with his new jet, his new toy. I don't know if I want to listen to him. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah, I think I burned all the midnight oil, guys. Hey, I'm gonna knock out. Be a new day tomorrow. Hope you guys all have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging out, sharing your comments. Later, Rock James. Later, Eric Klein. Let's see. Later, everyone. Sorry if I miss anyone's name, but shout out to all the people that never have and never will drink the Kool-Aid. Pat yourselves on the backs. Spread the message. Tell everyone to don't vote for no MAGA politicians. For all you MAGA cult members, keep your head up, because there's a light in the tunnel for your Stockholm syndrome. You'll be cured soon. But I'll catch you guys all later. Thanks for everyone that voted. Oh shit! Exactly 1,000 votes. All right, so the American people have spoken. 60% of the people say Donald Trump is ruining this country. So that's pretty much how the blue wave tsunami is going to go this midterms. It's going to be a washout. All the maggots are going to be washed back out to sea, back to Jonestown. We can clean up all those red states, bring back some law and order. Be the hottest country since Joe Biden. All right, everyone. Buenos nachos, homies. All right, peace out.